Yo, what's going on? This is BMT coming at you again. I'm just sitting down, chilling and talking. And you know, just I had a moment of clarity. Sometimes I always like to, wonder and critique uh about, about being a father or a parent. And and in looking at that, uh, you know, when I listen to other people talk about parenting, and I always wonder, were you trained on how to be a parent? you know, Holistically, I wasn't. I was never trained or taught how to be a parent. That was just something that was just never taught to me. It was never given to me. It was just I was figuring out as I go, and I wonder how many people did it stagnate. I hear a lot about people talking about sex, and I want the woman to stay home, or I want the man to work and do X, Y, and Z. And when you hear certain talking points, it's like they're trying to they're trying to figure out. I always know people talk about days of old. People always talk about back in the day, it was like this, or they talk about how women should be or how men should be and all that stuff. It's like they're picking certain specific times of scrolls of when parenting, of parenting. But I holistically believe that, whenever I was, watching these movies of like these royalty and stuff, those were people that were trained how to do those positions. They were trained on how to do that. I don't believe that we as a people are trained on how to do these roles. I think a lot of people are just figuring out as they go, or some people are like, well, because I procreated a life, technically by default, I am that. When you have some people who've never had children, they seem to know the ins and outs of children or how to rear and raise children, yet they don't have none of their own. No children, no type of evidential climate of proof on how to be a husband, a wife. Sometimes when I listen, I always I get I it always blows my mind because when I hear how some people talk, like I've been doing this for over close around 12 years, going on 13. Well, actually, it's 13. Man, has it been that long? And when I listen to people tell me about the field of profession I'm in, but it's a lifelong profession, never stops. Sometimes I find it where I'm not even parenting my own kids anymore. I've been parenting other children. Heck, sometimes it's been with other men and women. I've been coaching them along the way. Some older than me, some vastly younger than me. But the difference is, I can definitely tell it is a lost art. It is a lost study. It's not something that's really taught anymore. It's not something that is literally spoken about. It's almost spoken about in contention of anger, of literally like these type of people are failures or certain kind of thing. But I'm like who was your teacher? And they'll talk about their parents. They'll talk about their parent, and when they mention their parent, I always ask like, what was your parent like? What was your mom and dad like? and I want to know what the good and the bad, please. You know, like my parents weren't the best, but they weren't the worst. And when I used to get, I would get angry sometimes. Like, when I sat down with my therapist, I would get angry sometimes when I actually thought hard about my mother and my father. And I realized that they were always in survival mode. They were always in survival mode, never in parenting mode, just survival. Not to say that we didn't have food, clothes, shelter, but it was more so of, listen, kid, I'm just figuring out as I go. And as I look at that, you know, I begin to realize that, hey, like a lot of these people on social media are looking for parents. Hey, what's going on, Mano? What's going on, Sean? Carol? You know, a lot of people are technically looking for parents. They're looking for they're looking for a mom, a dad. They're looking for somebody, anybody that, what I'm saying, that actually can teach them. And this is a realistic talk. I know we want to talk about conspiracies. I know we want to talk about theories, sex, the environment, the women, and all that stuff. Listen, I'm actually hitting it at a basic level, dude. Like something that you would think is like something that you think is taught isn't really taught. Something that you think is, garnered. I was watching this Hallmark movie, whereas to, you know, whereas to uh the son was having his first child. They were showing a man going through his life, okay? And as he was going through his life, they were showing him from a child to a man. The movie was pretty interesting, but the man, he was an old man. But as he was going through his life, you were seeing the steps of how he was being trained for that. And he was like, when he was getting close to dying, he was talking to his father. And he was like, Dad, where were you? He said, I was always there with you because I showed you and taught you everything you needed to know on how to do this. And when I think of it now, I always wonder. And happy belated birthday to John's daughter. And we always hear it whereas to, well, we need to have this and that, or we got to get this and that. And I would say, like, well, okay, like, so if you saying you need this and that, then what's guiding you towards you need that? Is it instinct? Is it inherent bonding? Because honestly, I can be for real about it. I don't, in talking to a lot of people, and listen, I'm not perfect. I am heavily flawed. I think when my child was first born, I sat down as as his mother slept, and I rocked with him in the chair, and I remember tears beginning to flow from my face. Tears began to flow from. Do some of y'all men remember when y'all child was first born? Were some of y'all there to hold y'all firstborn? Listen to him breathe or her breathe. Do y'all remember their smell? how they felt, their warmth. And I was crying. I was happy, but I was also afraid. I was also afraid because I thought I knew what I was getting into when I first got married, when I first had a child, but I did not understand. I'm like, wait a second. I don't know what I'm doing. And I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's gonna happen next because there's no like literally, you know what's crazy? I thought I could just once the baby's born, I could just leave out the hospital. Like the nurse was like, no, 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 Mr. BMT, you can't leave. We have to. I was like, I can't take my baby home. No, a lot of people, a lot of us did not know earnestly how to be parents. We didn't know what we were doing. Some of us in like figure it out mode. We didn't know what we were getting into. And I find it interesting. And some people were like, well, this is why, because some people would say, well, I'm taking you over to your granny house. I'm gonna take you over to well, what happens if you didn't have a family? What happened if you didn't have, or if you did have a family, you didn't have a good connection to your family? What if you didn't understand how to be a husband or a wife, or you didn't even understand the faction of even a relationship, or having somebody say, I am trusting in you to do right by me? When I hear the talking points from people, when I hear the talking points from people, my first child has long since been gone. My second child is gone. Two of my children are dead. Two of my children are passed. I have four children in one home right now. A lot of us, can we honestly tell our children, listen, I was winging it the whole time. I was never told how to be a parent. I was never told how to be a husband or I was never told how to be a wife. I thought I knew. And people like to say, well, my mother or my daddy. No, let's stop. Let's see. I can beat at some narratives right now. There was a lot of different things going on behind closed doors that your parents probably didn't want to talk about. There's a reason why your dad was silent and said, listen, all I know how to do is work. Sorry to hear that, John. My like my dad didn't know so much how to be a dad. My mom grew up in an era where women were not allowed with just punching bags. Yes, a lot of us went through a lot of hurt, suffrage, and pain. A lot of us did. And we were like, yo, we really don't want to do this anymore. We really don't want to play this. We actually don't want to actually walk this walk. I will never forget when Mimi had postpartum depression. We were having arguments. up and down. It was like a volcano. You never knew it was gonna blow. One day she harmed herself. It happens. Is there anything in the book where a man sits down, hey son, guess what? One day your wife may just one day have postpartum depression. There's nothing. I've never heard or seen those kind of conversations. Never. Where are the talks for teaching men how to deal with their wives if they have postpartum? Their wives or their woman or their mother's child having postpartum. Bet a lot of y'all don't even know how to deal with that. Where to talk for the women how to be able to talk to their husbands when they have anxiety or panic attacks, when they see bills, loss of jobs, when they're going through certain stuff and they don't know how to deal, and they're like, yo, I got to put on a poker face. But you got to put on a strong man face, and you got to put on a mama. Mama never said anything. She held it inside and just got on her knees and prayed. So after a while, your body or your mind mentally goes into survival mode. Your body mentally goes into survival mode where I'm just trying to get through the day. I'm just trying to figure out how to deal with this man. So I'm going to just put on a smile for the kids and deal with the retort of verbal abuse. The man will literally, though he's going through all kind of depression, drinking, sometimes he's shut off from his wife where he don't want to be bothered, or he might lash out rather than getting psychological help. Understand, these things are realistically happening right now, probably in your own home, in other people's homes, or in people's lives right now. And we're wondering, like, yo, why is the family not thriving? Well, guess what? When you've been on when you've been on trying to jumpstart your car, not with neutral, but straight into second gear without properly learning how to actually properly get it to function, guess what? A lot of people are not built for this. A lot of people are not built for this. This is why these conversations are avoided in this is why these spaces these are why these conversations are avoided on YouTube straight up. This is why some men would say, give the child to the woman, you need to stay at home while I go to work. Because they don't, let's be honest, some men don't know how to be at home for 1 hour with their kid and help them with homework, actually deal with their child. Listen, it sounds good when you hear bedtime stories, but let's be for real. A lot of men don't know how to deal. I took me time to learn how to deal and have patience with my child when it came to homework. Oh my gosh. One, two, three, seven, five, two, say four. Say four. One, two, three, 11, purple. Oh my God. Just say, baby, that's it. You're done. No, come on. Get away from the child. Step away from the child. You're not, you stop. Stop. You're scaring the child. I'm trying to just get them to say four. I get that. But the way you're looking right now and how angry you're getting, you can't be around the child right now. That's realistic. You know how many men can't really teach their kid how to count to five? They have to like, yo, somebody take this kid. The same thing goes for a lot of women. A lot of women, because of the climate of society, are losing the mindset of the art of femininity. They're more programmed on thinking on how to work, but not how to function in being a mother. I can talk to a lot of women and say, yo, my mom spent more time at the job than spent time making me a peanut butter jelly sandwich. A lot of people don't know how to have kids. A lot of people don't know how to have a lot of people don't know how to parent. A lot of people don't know how to raise kids. A lot of people don't know how to be husband and wives. That's why it's more easier to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Husband and wife, that's a whole nother battleground. And I'm not trying to push no type of thing of marriage on y'all, but let's be realistic. That's a whole nother field. Everybody said, well, being a boyfriend and girlfriend, that's just the same thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. And it's understandable why a lot of people, because literally watching the climate of how hard it is, a lot of people are not mentally and physically trained with the aptitude of doing that. Well, back in the day, in the 1950s, grandma was strong. 1950s, grandma didn't have any goddamn rights, but just to lay on her back and reproduce kids. What are you talking about? Grandma only most of y'all grandmothers had a limited education. I know y'all want to tell the stories of women who had gone to school, but if you actually wanted to actually ask those women, they will tell you right now they were not on equal footing with their men, their husbands, their counterpart, their brothers, and everyone around them. The most right that they had was literally me talking to a child. That was the most counterpart of health that a lot of these men had. That was the most that's the most strength that most women ever had was in the home. Most men like to talk about back in the day, the most power and authority I had was when I was in the home. Why ain't that woman being X, Y, and Z? Well, understand this. Listen, man, it was different time, different strokes, different things were happening. But that's why a lot of people like to revert to back in the day. I always notice people like to revert to back in the day talk. Never the moment, right now, what's in front of you talk. They see the reason why a lot of them cannot do that is because they have to look at a model of what they think that they know. But what if I told you that what you think you know may not have been probably the right way? No, 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 no. It had to be the right way because they were happy. How do you know? How do you know that they were at peace? How do you know that they literally were all there? How do you know honestly, granddaddy? Listen, man. Do y'all honestly know what some of y'all granddaddies or grandfathers, if that even was your granddaddy? You know how hard it was to swallow when my friend found out that what he thought was his grandfather wasn't actually his grandfather. It was just a guy that came there and just happened to stay there and literally just raised them. He just said that they. He just said, I wasn't even supposed to be in town that long. He only came there just to be an iron worker. Their actual grandfather had left them, had left Georgia and went to doggone Kentucky. He only came there just to get a meal and ended up staying there. You gotta understand, a lot of people were still trying to figure out, you know, what it means to be a parent, what it means to be a parent, what it means, what it means to be a child. We're still trying to figure out now. Like I said, when that's what I said. Like when I hear the talking points of everything brought before me, I'm like, dude, I got bigger stuff brought on. I got bigger things going on my plate right now. Y'all talking about everything going on in the world and X Y Z. I said, dude, I I have a world going on. I have a world right now that I'm dealing with. I have a world right now I'm dealing with. I have individuals right now that are trying to figure things out. That are looking to me. No, no. See, here's the thing about it, and actually that's true. A lot of people feel obligated to have children, but they don't know how to properly go about raising and rearing children. A lot of them talk about, a lot of them like to talk about the good old days. Well, back then, so and so, I remember X, Y, and Z. But then when you actually go about thinking about it, like I listen to a lot of people that feel obligated and they want to have a child. They want to raise a child. They actually want to be able to talk to with dealing with a child, but they don't know what it takes to manage, to provide, and actually rear and raise a child. They're simply going off of what they think they know. Sucks. It sucks. Not easy. I've had plenty of times, I'm not gonna lie, where I wanted to just quit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not. I've had plenty of times where I'm like, yo, man, like this is hard. Like I don't get it. Like I don't understand how to do this. Times where I would want to talk to I would want to talk to my mom or my dad, and after a while, I would start to realize that I don't think they know. I don't think they understand how to do this. I don't think some people say, yo, I can't afford. I can't afford this, and it sucks, dude. You know, and so we start to look at a lot of these things. We start to look at a lot of these things that are happening. You know, and I know it's not the most ideal situation, but this is the situation now. I think a lot of us start to realize that yo, I don't think our parents knew how to be parents. A lot of there are some young men that they're smart young men, but they're afraid of what it's going to be like to have parents or be a parent. Same thing for a lot of people. They're like, listen, I'm gonna teach you how to do this, or you better not cry, or you better not do this, you better do that, and you'll be like, well, dang, like it's okay. So, like I said, man, we're figuring it out as we go. We are. I know I am. I still am, and I've been doing this for a while now. Some of us are some people have realistically, all they had was the Bible. And I'm not laughing or snuffing at that. Some people all they had was the Bible. Some people all they had was, you know, something of, bits and pieces of what other people would possibly tell them is the right way. But, holistically it just be, well, maybe it might work out if we do it like this or if we do it like that. Never the ideal way. That's why like I said, I mean, when I listen to a lot of people talk about parenting or they talk about what they think they know, like I said, I don't always like to judge people. Like, and I listen to a lot of men. I listen to a lot of men, um, and women. I listen to a lot of men and women. Well, if you ain't doing this for your child or you ain't doing that, I said, whoa, 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 whoa. Your situation might be different than mine. Just like I hear how some men try to tell women how to, well, the women need to do this. Well, hold up. Are you in that position to critique? You have to see in parenting or being a husband or a wife or, rearing a child, first of all, like, what is your tutelage that you're coming from? What's your displacement of what you're going about talking about? Oh, believe me, John. I had to rearrange my life plenty of times. Plenty of times. I got offered a lovely, lovely contract overseas. It was almost too good to be true. But you know what? I heard and found out that I had two girls that were on the way. And a woman said, I can't do this alone, Joe. Listen, I get it. You want back on the battlefield. You want to go out there and do an X, Y, and Z with your life. You want to go travel some more, but I need you here. And what I had to realize was I was running, but I was actually afraid of that battlefield. Never did I say I'm ashamed, but I was more so it was something different. Feeding feeding children, making sure that the missus has, make sure that clothes and food and different other stuff. You know, it was it was a lot. It was a lot. And I mean honestly, for a lot of people, it's a lot to take in. When we honestly look at this, we have to start asking that. We have to start asking that. Hey, like for a lot of people, I don't think that they properly understood or understand, you know, what it possibly takes or what they might have to do. This is why a lot of younger men and women don't want to have kids like that. There are people that still say there are some people that still believe in having children and they have it under circumstances, but they're like, I don't want to do it because I'm not built for that. I don't have it like that. I don't understand what I might have to do to have to. I don't understand what I might have to do to actually deal with that. And so it's a pretty dire situation. It is. I like I said, when I listen to a lot of people talk about it in these spaces or in different on different criteria, I hear the contention of what they're talking, and I'm like, so were you taught on how to be a parent? This is why some people I don't get too caught up. I get you can just tell by the momentum of where people are talking from and their placement, you know, where they're at in their life. That's so true, John. We were children. Some people, even after they have children, they still are trying to figure out how to be adults. I've had plenty of time where I've had the same clothes for like almost a whole year just to make sure my kids had the best education. I want to have kids, always have, but I talked to my brother. But BMT, my brother feels like he never has any time or space for himself, for himself. He's always expected to do something for everyone else. Well, that comes with the territory of being a father. That comes with the territory. That comes with the territory of being a parent. It's a self-sacrificing ordeal. It's self-sacrificing. It's something where, and see, that's the thing about it, where a lot of people talk about parenting. A lot of people talk about, the self-sacrificing of being in that space. And listen, like one of the things I realized was like, and the thing about it is proper management. It's proper time management. It's actually, it takes time. Actually doing right for yourself and actually putting yourself in the proper type of condition and climate. I can tell you right now, I had to learn that. I had to learn scheduling saves lives, discipline, having financial discipline, patience, communication. A lot of things, a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that where people will tell me what they think they knew, or that they think that where that's how parenting works. It wasn't. It wasn't really how it was for me, or for like people that I knew. You know, we're joined here by Jay. What's going on, Jay? How you doing, love?
Hey, I'm all right. I probably won't be here long, but I wanted to say that parents get a lot of judgment from people without kids. You know, like I remember someone saying it's like, What do you mean you need a break? Like people that don't have kids don't understand why parents don't need breaks. That why parents need breaks. Like, well, you chose to have those kids. You don't get a break from your kid. Like, what? Like, you can't pour from an empty cup. Like, I feel that there's a lot of people without kids judging people with kids. It's a very interesting dynamic. What do you think about that?
It is definitely like that because I would always hear about the what ifs of, well, y'all should do this or y'all should do that, or y'all need to, you know, these if you was a real man, or if you was a real if you was a real man, you would have done this for your household. Or, if you as a woman, you need to do this, or you need to stay at home, or you need to be that, or where's your man, or where's the wife? And I would be like, well, dang, like I'm doing the best I can. Like, it's not easy. Like like and sometimes it's like trying to piece stuff together.
Right. I
You know,
mean, and that's the thing. I remember telling my cousin. My cousin had like, he had his child like about 4 years after I had my daughter, and they had all these parenting books and this, that, and the third, and I was just like, dude, that shit literally doesn't even matter.
yeah, yeah.
He
I, I,
was like, yeah, well, read it up on this. I was like, man, listen, throw all that shit. I said, my only word of advice is throw all that shit away.
right. Like I, I always like, and that was the thing about it. If you notice, Jen, we always hear from two contentions. One, what they used to do in the 1940s or
Right.
30s or back in.
Well, my grandmother had 9 kids and she made a 5-course meal every day. Like, oh, okay.
Right. And the second contention is what they think they know because of what they either read in a book or some type of school or some type of study. And I'm like, you don't know.
Right. Because it never works out like that. And everybody's kid is different. You know what I mean? What you do with your kids in your house might not work for my kids in my house.
Right.
you
Right.
know and I think that mindset about, oh, my grandmother did it, it's because a lot of us were raised in the struggle and we weren't raised with love. It's like they was raised out of just struggle and everything else instead of being raised with love. Like, we've had people say, oh, I wouldn't be buying my kids this and that. Listen, I got money and I can buy her whatever the fuck I want to buy her. you
You know,
know
no, no, that's so true. That's so
Because I
true.
remember someone sat up here. I'm not gonna say who, because I don't like him anyway. He sat up here and was like berating us because I had bought my daughter Jordans or something like that.
And I can't tell you how much I have, I have bought for my child or done stuff for the children. Mind you, I got quite a few. I have, I have done them more before I would do for me.
Right.
And that doesn't mean, and I want to understand this. I hear this a lot where people say, well, if you have a kid, that means you're going to be struggling. You're going to be struggling. That's not true.
Not necessarily. I mean, and that's why I said a lot of people were brought up in a struggle, not brought up in love. I'm not saying we're not rich or nothing, but I mean, she probably had. Listen, she got every damn anime, every pair of sneakers, every video game, everything she wants. Does she need all that stuff? No. But you know what? That's what we do, and I'm sure you probably spoil your kids, whatever, to a certain extent.
Right.
But
Right.
I'm gonna slide off.
Thank you for that.
I just wanted to say that real quick, and I'm gonna slide off. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you,
Bye.
Jay. Bye. What's going on, John?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, mine's a little different because see, mine I had when we were still kids, so we
Uh,
still had a lot. We had a lot of growing up to do,
right.
and she didn't she didn't really she wasn't real supportive. She just wanted to go out and be a young child, play and do things, and didn't want the responsibility. So it was rough.
Right. And that happens. And see
I mean, I'll be
that,
honest. It wasn't a planned pregnancy. I mean, I just put it that way. At 16, you don't really plan a pregnancy.
but, but does that not happen? Does that how? And I think the thing about it is I don't think people understand, John. A lot of a lot of children born, especially these days, are not planned. So
Yeah,
that would mean they're fly on the go type of arrangement.
yeah.
And
But I had the same feeling you had when she was born. I had tears in my eyes, everything. I was like, I mean, it wasn't. I couldn't even control it. It wasn't like something that I just like all of a sudden I started to have tears. It came uncontrollable. It was just. It was such an event.
right. And
Because I helped deliver. I cut the umbilical cord. I mean, I was involved. So I mean, it was an emotional event.
I think one of the things about it is, what I'm saying, a lot of people always bring up was, you you don't really have a life, or you lose time to yourself. And I agree. Yes, yes, your time management does shift.
Yeah,
Being self-sacrifice. This is why I think when we talk about it and we say, were you trained to be a parent, or were you just like, yo, I was just always in survival mode. I was just always in survival mode and just doing the best I could. But I
yeah.
and
That's
I
how it was
feel
for me. I was in survival mode because she never wanted to participate. So I had to. I was pretty much doing it all. I go to work, come home, I have to clean, cook, change diapers, all of that, and she would just stay in bed most of the time and stuff. And it made it even rougher. Because she probably didn't understand herself being so young. She didn't
and
understand the responsibility of taking care of another a human being.
it does get rough. I can tell y'all right now, like I said, um, I remember when I went to Job Corps, and I was trying to do everything. This is before I went to the service. I was doing everything I could to get ready for my second child to be born, and in trying to get ready for that, she did not want to um, leave from the freedom and lifestyle. And maybe,
Yeah,
and yeah, and I get that it takes two some time, and it's hard.
yeah,
It is hard,
yeah,
and it pretty much just turned into that a she got an abortion.
yeah.
But I started understanding that, hey, I
And
had
I
to
had
just
pressure for that. I had pressure for that to have an abortion and to walk away from her
really.
because the place where I worked, one of the places, were like all proud of me because I was supposed to go to West Point, and they said your life is planned out. You can't afford this in your life, and I'm like, it's my child. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
That stuff goes out the window. All that you care about is your child at that point. You don't
Right.
really care, okay, I'll deal with that later. Let me deal with my child. I had to walk away from stuff.
Mm. I think that's why when I brought up about were you trained to be a parent or survive, a lot of people like to look at, well, back in the day they did this, they did that, and I'm like, are you sure it was peaches and cream and sunny like you think it was, or there was more to it? There was more to the situation because you know, um, as me and you are older now, and we're more seasoned,
Yeah.
and as we sat down, we're like, I don't think my mom and dad knew what they were doing. I don't
Yep, I
think
know
that they
mine didn't.
actually understood. You know, to as I talked to my parents more, and actually broke down and actually had discussion with them. I was like, so y'all, well, the Bible, and I said, well, what do you say? And I got nothing against religion, but I also started to understand that they didn't know. It was more
Yeah.
so easy to get a belt or whoop skin or different other kind of things, but they did not understand, you know, the level of what was happening. Like they didn't. They just did what they thought was, well, I'm just doing what was the necessity. So long as I got food on the table, I got clothes on your back, but the mental, dialogue or helping of building the family or the child or the relationship wasn't really there. It wasn't.
Yeah. I
You
mean,
think it's
things
going?
people don't
And
think of. I mean, I had to make sure I had jobs where I had insurance that I could take care of my child. I had to have a job that had insurance. Most of the to do.
you know, my parents never talked to me about insurance. They never did.
You know,
They never talked to me about
well,
insurance.
my parents never talked to me about
Or
raising kids. Like I said, I was 16. I mean, I was, everything was planned out for me, and this is what you were going to do, and you know, next thing I know, oh, John, I'm pregnant. Uh, what does that mean?
do you think that some kids or some people today, like KS said, they see the climate of raising children and it kind of wars them off from wanting to have children, even though that they want to.
Yeah, but
You
looking
say that?
back, I'm
Mhm.
happy to have had my children, though. I can't imagine going through life without having children.
Mm, me too. I don't know. I don't because I'm so used to this position. I don't know anything else but this.
Yeah,
You know. So you know when I hear some people, um, it's kind of different. It's just a different feel. You know. Um, it's kind of a different feel. And honestly, when I look at the contention of a lot of these men and women, they weren't raised to be parents or how to be a
yeah,
spouse or how to actually deal with people. And you can tell by their talking points, their ideologies, their thinking, their logic, and where they're at now in their life, and it's getting worse. It's gravitating worse. You know what I'm saying? The talking points of what they use about court and family and everything like that. These are all survival tools that people are trying to use to get by or try to survive, more so than say, hey, I have somebody that I can actually depend on. This is why when I listen
yeah.
to them talk protection and sex and Planned Parenthood and all these crazy things, and I'll be like, man, oh man, this is
The
why.
crazy thing is I tried to explain to my children, what it
Mhm.
was like for me, as a child, basically a child having a child. And I said, that's the last thing I'd want for you. Make sure you get, go to school, do all this stuff first. And they ended up pretty much, well, my youngest daughter fell in the same position. You know, she ended up having three children from three different guys.
Mhm.
And now she's building a career and everything, but she had to go through that struggle. You try to prevent your kids from going through the same struggles you went through.
Okay. And I always try to tell the people when I hear them talk about, well, there's two parents in the home, and I'm like, dude, this ideology that you think, well, if there's two parents, that things will not happen, or well, the chances will be less, dude. Exactly, Sean. When ideal and realities clash. And see, this is why, like I said, like the people who actually have the preferred, what I'm saying, um, who have the preferred, experience, it's a lot more different when, when we actually are saying like, yo, regardless of what y'all are trying to say, doesn't really play out like that.
Yep.
It doesn't. And you and I both understand that. Well, if there's two parents there, you know, the daughter's more likely not to get pregnant. Not true.
Yep. You
Versus you
can
could have,
plan all you want, but reality smacks you in the face.
you know, like things will. I promise y'all, like it is pick and flick on the go. It's like you're in a huddle. It's like when you're in a huddle for a play. If you played football, the minute the ball hikes, that's when the minute that everything starts. What you probably planned to happen may definitely not go that way.
Well, we learned that in battle.
Oh yes.
Many times shit don't go the way you want. That's why you got to have contingency plans. And even that doesn't always work out.
So this is why when I hear some of the talking points on a lot of stuff, and a lot of people, we're listening to what people are saying, but we're definitely seeing that people are warding away from that. They're warding away from that, but they're like, I'm too afraid to try because I see what's going on with you, see what's going on with her, I see what's going on with reality of how these things are playing out.
Yeah. But let me ask you this. You wouldn't trade it though, would you? You wouldn't trade if you could go back in time and live your life over without your children. You wouldn't do that, would you?
No, I couldn't fathom myself doing that. Like I couldn't. Like
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I mean, as bad as people may think it is, it's not. I mean, you can't replace that type of love for your child. There's no other feeling like that you'll get.
it's one of those things where I always bring up to people that whenever I hear men and women talk about certain stuff, and I'm like, how do you know unless you actually made it there or you've actually done it? You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to having those talking points, we hear from a lot of people, from men and women, and they talk about different climates. I'm like, but you haven't been in that field. Like, it wasn't peaches and cream for me or John. It just wasn't. It just wasn't like, and we were very involved. However, things happen. Just shit will just, and you know what? We're like, gotta figure it out. Just
Yeah.
gotta figure.
As I
Like,
always say, you have to adapt and overcome.
adapting over time. We're joined here by Brother Speak. He came up late, right when I got like 20 more minutes. What's going on, Brother Speak? Brother Speak? Okay, I don't think he's here. I'm about to just. Well, like I said, um, listen, all the planning, like I said, now what I'm doing is I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to teach. If I teach, um, at least my kids, it's like, at least my kids can say that they know. I feel like that's what he's doing. Like, hey, listen, I didn't have the best teacher, but at least if I show y'all what I know, you know, it won't be as bad for y'all. It might click in. And
Yeah.
I've had times where little things that my parents have done have come back to me. Oh, dude, you now you come back. Y'all got to see. So it's stuff. When I hear the ideologies or the talking points from a lot of people on things, you know, um, it's all nice and factor, but that's not your experience versus their experience. So we got brother Speak and KS up here. What's up?
Hey, BNT, how's it going?
What's going good? What's up, man?
Yeah, well, I'm one of those people that my parents did not really teach me how to be a parent. It's more of a survival than anything. Because really, to be honest, my my father he didn't learn how to be a dad because his dad died when he was real young. So the only person he had was his mother, and so all he knew how to do was go work and come home. You know, so he really didn't really teach any of us anything. Just like the only thing he taught me like saving, but that was about it. So the ins and outs of raising a child, he didn't teach us. So even though like my brothers had my mother and my father there, they didn't turn out too well.
Now,
Even
question. Do you feel that you needed? Did your dad need a man to learn how to be a father? Did he need a man to know how to be a proper father?
I think if he would have had more influence from a man, probably he would have, because even when he got married, he didn't try to be like a husband. He was still. I think he got married because that was expected. It was
So,
not something that I think it just honestly. I don't think that's what he wanted to do. It was just that was just something that was expected because his mother was married, his grandmother was married, so that's what you did back then.
okay.
So
So I hear this a lot. I hear this a lot. A lot of people say that if they had a father in the home, they would know how to be a dad. And I always ask the question like, well, uh, how's that true? But I know some people that never had that sort of parent, and they come out just fine. Versus some people who had no parent, and they understand the criteria of parenting. So is it real? Is it holistically something where to is it something holistically as to if I had this? Because that's the narrative to play. Like you know, like when honestly, I hear this, he had a man in the home, or if she had a father, she would know how to recognize a good man or a good woman or stuff like that. I always hear that. But over the case, that's what I don't care.
Hmm?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. The stats are there though. Like they do got stats out that say like if you don't have a father in the home, like you are more likely to, commit crimes and get into like a lot of other shit. But I
You're
guess
more
it's more so
likely to.
having hmm?
You're saying okay. So if you don't have a parent, right? You are more like if you don't have a parent, you're more likely to get into crime or um some
Yeah, like
type.
you're more likely to run away from home, you're more likely to commit crime, you're more likely to face prison. But it doesn't mean that if you don't, you're still going to do those things, but the rate does increase.
Okay.
And I think it's about having I think what it is though is about having like stability and having like a something to look up to, someone to make proud. Because if you have a dad that's there but they negative, then I don't think that makes a difference.
Okay. Now, if that's the case, now mind you, we're seeing, and this is the thing that's interesting. We're seeing that people who have the whole parent thing, just like what me and John was saying, the kids still go hardcore left or right. Like they just they could have the whole world, and they still do it. And this is why I'm bucking at the narrative that, and even when people trying to say, well, if you have a mommy or daddy or whatever, then you're more likely to. But I'm like, if your parents don't know what the hell they're doing, then it didn't even matter. I know some people that literally emancipated themselves, had no parents, no direction, or no nothing, and they just said, "Well, I just figured out as I," and they just that's just what they did. You know what I'm saying? One girl, she did run away from home because her mother was sexually assaulting her, and guess what? Have a full flourishing marriage. And I said, well, damn. Well, what about your father? Why didn't you ever go to? Why didn't you go to your dad? He said, what dad? I ain't never had my dad. Never seen that man before. You know, I think people are realizing that, the narratives that are put out there. I mean, like I said, uh, people, it's what they think about a relationship is not what actually is a relationship when they get into it. When they think about having children, they find it out that, what everybody was saying about raising kids is totally different. Like what might be your brother's way of rearing and raising children, that might not be you. You might have the fun, or you might be in the position in your life where you have time to spend with your child. You might have time to actually do things or sit down with your kid and actually express stuff, you know?
But I feel like I agree with what you're saying, but I feel like kids could tell when they're being mistreated versus when they feel as though there's love. Like I know kids, people I grew up with that was dirt poor, but they have their parents back because they're like, I could tell that my parents busted their ass, or to make sure that what I could have, I had, and they could tell like I wasn't abused, I was just disciplined, So I do think that just simply having both your parents there is not necessarily going to deter you from doing everything wrong, but it's more about like feeling loved, feeling secure, feeling stable. Because you could be poor as shit, but you can still feel, that someone loves you. You can still feel like, you're safe, or you're stable.
Okay.
But
Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
well, I think it's also the personality of the child also, because some, like you said, some kids they need whooping, some didn't. I only got one whooping, no, two whoopings throughout my childhood. One from my mom, one from my dad. But it was something that I did that it warranted. So some kids they get whoopings all the time and they still turn out bad. So it's just the personality. It's like it really is just the personality of the kid. I mean, just and like I said, the parents too. I mean, if the parents don't know nothing, they're not getting any guidance. I mean, they just learn as they go. Sometimes you're right, the kids might go bad. I mean, my brothers, the main thing that made them go bad was when they got on crack. So
Now you said that your brother had a father and a mother, but they still went into bad behavior.
hmm
They had a father and a mother.
yeah.
Why did their father and mother not tell them stuff about how to steer clear? Or why did they not? Was there any type of? Can you remember any type of fatherly or motherly guidance, or them sitting down and talking with y'all, or building with y'all certain types of critiques of life? You remember any of that?
No, I mean, I didn't get any fatherly advice from my dad until I got older. Like I was an adult. So, and my brothers, they never remember anything that they both told him, you know, that prevented them from doing some of the stuff they did. But like I said, I think part of it was that was the, they got on crack, So that didn't help. That made things worse. But even my oldest brother, I mean, he was an athlete. I mean, he was going. If he would have stuck with it, he would have, he would have been a great athlete and probably made some good money. But he met this chick, which became his first baby mama, and he decided that it was better for him to go to work than to pursue being an athlete. And that wasn't because of the crack. That's just his decision. So really, like I said, it really just depends. I try to, I know what the stats say, and to an extent that is true, but then, like I said, it really depends on the kid. It depends on the parents, the
Yeah,
environment. I mean, it's so much stuff that kind of go into it. It's like you can't really just wholeheartedly blame it on the parents unless you really look into the family dynamic.
so here's the thing about it, because um, but I was curious about that when you said he gave up his sport to go, uh, you know, be a father. Do you think he would have been better off going to stick it out with his sports? You think that would have been a better deal for him?
I
That what you
think
think?
I think it probably would have been,
How
but
so? He had a kid.
yep, but I, I think if he would stay with it, he could still be a father. But he was gun home being a father, being you know raising a family. That probably if he would have stayed going the athlete route, he would still would have had money for the kid.
But
And
that's not guaranteed.
yeah, I mean, yeah, nothing's guaranteed. I agree with you that, but it's
I'm saying, but look, I'm just saying. Okay, let's look at that. You're saying if he would have stuck with the athlete thing, but the kid was already there. The kid was already there. Like, and this is something that a lot of people don't need to understand, that when you have a child, your life is no longer your own. Like, it's not. It's literally, we got to take care of our kids. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, like I've made changes in my life. I think this is why a lot of people, um, a lot of people. I'm understanding why some people are selfish, where they'll tell other individuals, "Hey, get an abortion," or you know what, you shouldn't have the kid, or you know what, I don't want to be bothered with my life. I have to put my life on the back burner.
But
I
BMT, let me ask you,
what's up?
from your
Okay.
from your perspective though, being a parent, don't you feel as though your kids are way more protected, way more provided for with you being there than if you was just to walk out?
Yeah, like yeah,
Right.
they
So
would
that's kind of what I'm saying. From the kids' perspective, they benefit from that,
benefit from.
from you being there.
That's what I was saying the whole time. I literally said that. That's what I said. Like, uh, John brought up his contention of that. Again, but of course, we hear a lot of people. I always hear the critique of a lot of people telling me about what they shoulda, coulda, or what they possibly want to do, or what they have planned to do. But I also understand that, hey, like when you have a child, your life is not holistically. Um, you can still live a good life, but you have to know how to manage your life. You have to learn how to manage stuff. John worked 3 jobs and still took care of his kids, even though one of the parents wasn't cooperating. He still did what he needed to do. Listen, me and Mimi were not always on the same page. We were not. However, guess what? I still do what I need to do. Yes, there's a lot of stressors into a relationship. Um, the reason why, one reason why when people have a kid with somebody, why they say, it always interests me when people they talk about critique how the family should be. But then I always ask them, hey, are you in that car, the family car, or are you in the moped where you only have to ride yourself? And they're like, well, I don't want to because I have to wait. You're speaking on the hypothetical what ifs or other people's scenarios, actually more so than what the experience portion. You're looking on the outer, like that's like me critiquing your life, but I'm not you. Only person who can best critique on the best moves for you is you. I always tell a lot of men, hey, you have a lot of stressors, man, this woman, this and that, and I'm going through all this stuff. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, go take some time to yourself. People will say, well, a man can't do that if he has kids. Yes, you can. John had to do it. I had to, we've had times where we sat in our car and ponder things, or we go off to ourselves and might have a beer, or if not a beer, just some people pray, some people actually take time to go have a little hobby or something to de-escalate. Sometimes I encourage therapy, group therapy, family therapy, couple therapy, father and daughter therapy, whatever type of talking point where y'all can sit out and talk. People don't. Again, one of the biggest one of the biggest issues of why family breaks down, no communication. You have men that don't even communicate with their kids. They just find out at the last second, how did this happen? How did my kid get like this? Same thing for the mothers. They don't know how to actually talk to their child and actually say, hey, it's this way. I'm seeing that a lot, that the communication issues are very grave with family, or when it comes to a relationship. I'm willing to bet a lot of people now, over 90%, don't have no type of communication with their significant other or the person that they are with now. You don't have no communication skills. They just think it goes off of materialistic or sexual.
Yeah.
Nothing of communication or anything like that.
Yep.
Well, I think it's also people think it's automatic, and they rush into it. They they it's like the honeymoon stage or everything, and they really don't think about the communication until everything goes to shit, and then now it's time to communicate, but it's almost too late. Now you don't know even how to talk to this person. You was just so focused on the feelings and the sex, and just having fun. But then when real life comes and hits you, now we don't even know how this person's going to react under pressure, how this person going to react, and some people don't handle it too well. It's just that's just what it is. And and unless you have, I think it also the point is, unless you have somebody that you can go to at least be some type of guide, or I some like somebody who could be you can sound off on and get some type of advice. Yeah, you're going to have a situation where you make some decisions that in the wrong, you think of the now, and then but you're not thinking of long term.
Question. So here's the thing about I would ask you: Were were any of y'all ever taught how to discuss things over with men or women?
No.
KS?
Um, I in a weird way, I guess. I don't
No. So I guess no.
know.
Nope.
John, were you ever taught how to
Nope.
communicate?
Nope. Nope. The only way I
Isn't
learned is
that is
watching
that
my parents or other relationships. I never, no one sat down and said, this is how you communicate. I mean, I've had communication courses in school, but it's not the same thing.
right? So we hear a lot about sexuality. We hear a lot about what men and women should do, but we
Mhm.
never hear about how to communicate. We know enough just how to talk about how to get them to the bedroom, but we don't understand how to properly communicate. And it's crazy because communication is literally it's one of the biggest things that literally can make or break the relationship.
Yeah.
All we hear about is this mouthpiece, how to get people, but not how to actually communicate our and correspond our feelings with people. And see, there's a reason why y'all said, well, mama, I never heard her say anything too much, or daddy did this, or you know what, granddaddy or grandma, or you know what, the kids need to learn how to be silent and shut up and all. Like, and I always ask, like, well, what was your communication? What was it like in your house? What honestly was it like? Was it like walking on nail boards? Did you have to be very mindful what you said, or you could get slapped or get hit? Did y'all always feel like, you know? And when you start to actually think about it, it wasn't really as good. I mean, and I'm not saying everybody's household was bad. We're not saying that, but that is something that was taught, like, you know, how to dress properly, how to be able to maneuver properly, how to dialogue properly. You know, I get called all kinds of names because of how I actually talk to or deal with women. But see, that took me a time, like John just said, I had to go to a communication course. Could you believe that there literally is a course in the military that teaches people how to communicate with other people? So that way we can learn how to actually talk. And when you think of how you talk to people is not probably the proper way. I always find it interesting of how some men think they understand a relationship, but then when they get into the relationship, yo, this is she changed. She changed. Or
Yeah.
literally said, I don't recognize my man anymore. You know, he's now he has a lot more stressors because he's dealing with more so men are more so for survival. And the less the least um the least physical way to get to a goal. We're supposed to be solution based, but a lot of men are not properly trained on problem solving. My son had an issue going through COVID where he would get angry and frustrated. I said, "Hey, what's going on?" Well, you know, Tyreek, this and that, and I was like, "Son, you have to learn problem solving. You have to learn how to critique and actually dialogue your feelings of expression. You know, what's the thing that's told to us men a lot? Keep our feelings aside.
Yeah.
Don't say
Yeah.
anything. That's a real man.
Put on your big boy
You
pants
better
and be a
suck it
man.
up.
Yeah.
What if I told y'all one of the biggest stressors, one of the biggest killers for men is stress?
Oh, I believe that one. I truly do.
Just think about it. Who in a
That's
relationship,
why men
who
don't live as
usually
long as women.
exactly, John? Exactly. If you honestly look at the statistics of who lives longer in a relationship, the woman always outlives the man.
Yeah, but that's also because we're more likely to take risks and because
No,
we're more likely to fight.
uh, uh,
Period.
no,
Not in the year 2021. It's different now.
nah. We ain't been doing that. That
Yeah.
back in the Stone
Yeah.
Age, we were probably doing. You could, I would give you that.
What?
Then
Men are
I would.
whoa. What? Men are way more likely to take. We're way more likely to speed. We're way more likely to get in road rage. We're way more likely to get in fist fights.
We're not doing that stuff. We haven't been doing that in a while. We haven't been doing that in a while. Like probably
Who
when
do
you
you
tell
think is doing all the murders? What percentage of the murders do you think is women versus men?
listen, I said in a relationship. Now listen to what I said. I'm going to help you. Listen to what I said. In a relationship between men and women, I doubt that you're road raging while you're every day in a relationship. You need to listen to what I'm saying.
Hope not. Anyway,
Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all not catching it. From two men who have been in it for a long time, we're telling y'all, most men do not properly critique or express their feelings to their significant other or the people around them.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying just why men are more likely to die than women overall is because of not just because of lack of expressing feelings.
Okay, now KS, I'm not focused on the overall thing. I'm not doing that. I'm focused on parenting and the critiquing of a household. I don't want to focus on the overall thing because most men overall are not even getting into the home. They want to be in the home, but they're not getting into the home because they properly don't even know how to manage their own feelings of how to be in the home. So they think they know, just like we're looking at it from what Brother Speak said. His brother ended up on crack. And I'm sad to hear that his brother ended up on crack, but his brother was not properly reared in how to be in a home. Is that fair to assess, Brother Speak?
pretty much. I mean, yeah, like I said, my father didn't learn how to be a father and a husband, and so and how to properly raise children. So naturally, he couldn't teach my brother anything. So, and considering the stresses of having a kid so early, I mean, he was like, I want to say 18, 19 when when he had he was having his child. So about imagine for someone that young to be trying to do a family with a woman who's just about the same age. So I mean,
now John is older than me. John was working 3 jobs. I worked 2 jobs. By the time I would come home, I was sleeping on the floor, drinking a jug of water in my car, and eating graham crackers. The immense stress that I dealt with. And every time Melissa would ask me, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Nothing. I got this. Nothing. I got this. Nothing. I got this. Nothing. Leave me the fuck alone.
I was the same way with my ex-wife. I was same way.
So after a while, you started getting headache. You started feeling pain. You started losing sleep. You started feeling depressed. Most men die. That's what like I said. It's not an easy talk. I get what KS is saying by we're risk takers, but that's one of the biggest killers why men are dying faster than ever now. This is why you see them on social media now having these. Thank you, baby. This is why you see them now having these red pill rage. Oh, why are they raging? If you have somebody to talk to, if you have somebody to evaluate properly with, if you knew how to properly deal with certain stuff, you wouldn't be raging. Now it's hard.
Yep.
I'm just like I said. I am right now in parental mode right now. So I'm literally looking at it. This is why I'm glad we have 3 sides. One who was in a marriage, another person who 2 of us, one who's already raised his kids, one who's raising his kids, and one who wants to have a family. And we're telling y'all why a lot of men these days, they don't want to get married. Same thing for the women. The women are in the same boat now where I want a family, but I'm scared to have a family. I want a man, but I'm afraid of what it's going to be like if I get with this man. Like, will he stick it out with me? These are factors. These are factors every day because there are there's no TMI, there's no manuscript on how to be a parent. It just isn't.
Really, it's not even there's no manuscript on how to even be in a relationship at this point. It's either get the bag or get the vagina. That's the only thing that's going on right now. Is get the bag, get the vagina, and whatever you
Yeah.
got to do to to um coerce this person into getting into the relationship, that's what you do. It's it That's basically what game is. And it's sad to me to hear women talk about guys needing game, because it's like game is basically trying to convince you to like them. And when that's all it is. It's not something that's for long term. It's for short term gain, if that.
Yeah.
Because as you see, even when they, even when some of these guys who use the game get with these people, it's never long term. It's just they either have babies everywhere, or they just have broken hearts everywhere, because they don't know how to communicate in these relationships. They know how to talk the woman into the, like you said, they know how to talk the woman into the bedroom, but you don't know how to talk to this woman to either calm her down or try to understand her. You just and same with the women, you know how to get them into the bedroom, you know how to do all that stuff, but how to be calm, how to bring peace in the household.
Let,
They don't know how to do that. And
let's
it's like, and
let's pull,
so, and you wonder why these relationships break up like that.
let's pull out this. How many people, if you were to do a poll, I'm gonna start off with KS. KS, if you were to do a poll, how many people do you know right now are in a happy family environment right now? Out
Like
of 10,
happily, like
in
happily
a,
married.
no, no, not even married, not even married, just in a good family environment right now.
Like out of 10, you said.
Out of 10, out of 10,
I say three, maybe four.
3 out of 10, or 4 out of 10.
Four. I say 4 out of 10.
Okay. What do you say? What do you say, brother? Speak. Out of
Uh, I'm gonna go out of 3 out of 10.
John.
Well, it's hard for me because I look at it. Most people I know are older now, so they've established themselves. But when I was young, I would say maybe one or two. But now that I'm older, that I see other relations that have started their relationships later in life, maybe yeah, 3, 4, maybe. But
And so, in looking at all of that, and me, I would probably keep it the same for 4 out of 10. But isn't that not crazy that all of us men can honestly agree that less than 5 out of 10 that people are not holistically in a functional environment? They can have the money, they can have the sexual access or the prowess. What's going on? What's going on, Hope? You know what I'm saying? And I welcome the women to come up here, because literally we can talk to the women, and I've heard Hope's story. I've talked to Carol. Jay came up. Women can even tell you this is why a lot of women can say, "Listen, I don't feel comfortable with the atmosphere of the contention between men and women." And I get that, and it's not a racial thing. I don't want y'all to think, well, it's a rape. No, it's literally right now. It's straight across the board. Straight across the board. It's not getting any easier. It's not. It's not getting any easier. A lot of people are just trying. A lot of people right now are in survival mode of how to. I literally
Yeah.
had it. I literally had it one time when one man said, "Bro, my son is gay." Okay, man. I need. You know what? His mama must have taught him that. So what? What? But he's 50-50. No matter what, your child is 50-50. Half of you, half of her. So how do you know that the gay side's from her? Nah, man, that ain't something. Well, have you ever come in, baby? Have you ever sat down with your son? Well, he ain't my son. Whoa, whoa. You can't be saying that. That's not gonna. How did he stop being your son?
Yeah, I got
He,
a story for that one when you get done.
now, okay. Like I want him to hit at the point that listen, things happen in a home. Mind you, this is a man that literally goes to church. He's a deacon. He's a good man, from what I can see, from what I see. But situation changed. His his son is a teenager that he's effeminate, and he feels like that's not my child. My child, that child is the devil. Now, could you imagine a child being called the devil by his own flesh and blood? Literally being having oil thrown on him, literally getting beat. I've seen this boy run out the house, shirt ripped, barefoot, because his dad said, you're not mine, you're some monster. And you know what's crazy? I asked him, I said, why didn't you stop him? Why? I didn't know to. But that's your child being attacked by your other parent. So so what do you think is the out disposition of how that child is going to grow? These are
Yeah.
real things that are happening to people every day.
and 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 you wonder why some of these guys out here attacking women like they do, and attacking everybody really. But yeah, something similar to my ex brother-in-law. The thing, the only difference was that the child wasn't his. It was, he came in when the child was, I think the child was like 2 years old. He met his mother, and but he'd been raising it from that all the way to then, and he came out gay, and you know he, I mean, my ex brother-in-law, he really, I mean, he pretty much disowned him. He can't even come around without him calling him all kinds of names. I'm not going to repeat it here, but it's sad. And people think that, oh, well, he must be gay. It's my fault. No, I mean, there's a lot of things that go on. I'm like, I I got into it with my brother one time about how this happened. He's like, no, this is, I said, it's, if if being gay was considered a mental issue before, and if you're born, sometimes you're born with a mental issue. You mean to tell me you couldn't be gay and you just be born that, you could be born that way? I mean, you
But
can't just sit here and say it's just environment, environment, environment.
now, question. Now, brother Street, I want to critique at that. I want to punch at that, if you don't mind me.
No, go ahead.
Now, y'all saying that being gay is a mental issue. Now, if being gay is a mental issue, which I would ask, like, where's the because how would I'm always curious, and one day I'm gonna have to poke at that. Why do people say being gay is a mental issue? What if they say, well, being pro this is a mental issue, or being pro that is a mental issue? Like, who gets to make the calls that literally? Don't get me wrong, and listen, I'm not saying I'm banging for other people, but when I hear somebody say, well, because I'm attracted to a man, or I'm attracted to a woman, then that's a mental issue. I'm trying to figure out why are people saying that, and how do other people feel when other people say that um, about them. Again, these narratives of how life is spinning, and a lot of people say, "Oh man, BMT, you for gay people now," and I'm like, no offense, a lot of y'all don't have a rock to stand on because literally y'all listen to a lot of interesting things in life, and I don't judge y'all on stuff. But I did literally sit down with some of the people that are in my group, and literally they were like, "Why did that y'all get to tell us that me being gay, I'm mentally?" And mind you, the person had a master's degree. And they were like, how do you say I'm mental? And I have a whole master's degree. I make six figures. Like, what am I mentally challenged about? You know, I think that was something I had to think about. But she was right for accent. She was like, how does, because
You know what I think that is? I feel like it's kind of like it's. I feel like it's the same thing when you might have kids that like are darker or whatever, and you realize they're gonna come out and be in this world. You understand that her life's gonna be harder than other people's lives. Like if
right,
I had a gay son, I'd be teaching him how to fight. Like you're boxing because I know you're gonna have a life that's gonna be a little bit harder than someone who's not. But I think that's more so what it is, and that comes with responsibility, and also because people are gonna judge you for that. They're gonna associate you with that, and then they're gonna judge you for that. So yeah, but that's my thing. Like if that was my situation, I'd be like, all right, we about to be in boxing classes because I know kids on the playground they gonna want to fuck with you.
I think that, and the thing about it is, I know a lot of people gonna give me all kind of smoke. Well, BNP, you for this and that, and I'm like, okay, the best thing to do as a parent is love them. I, the best thing you can do as a parent, and I'm telling y'all, and Don will tell you, the best thing you're gonna have to learn how to do is love them. Love them and say, listen, I got to make sure you're gonna be tough because you're gonna deal with a lot of the ignorant people. It always blows my mind when people always tell me about the inner workings of how to be a man or how to deal with women, and I'll be like, well, bro, like, where's your credentials of experience? How are you telling me this? And I'm real time in the trenches right now, forging my way, still crawling in the mud. I'm like Andy right now in the Green Mile, crawling through a tunnel of shit.
I
And
wanted to say, oh my bad.
no, it's just that it's not like I would always say. I would always imagine when people tell me about if they are struggling, if they're in struggle mode now, you might want to leave the family critiquing off the table because you're not ready for that ball game. Play one-on-one basketball. You're not ready for the team basketball. But if you don't have the fundamentals for just you yourself, you're not going to be ready for what if you wake up in the morning have to deal with that woman. And that's not even a woman on her cycle. That's just you could fake the funk for year one, possibly year two. But let y'all start creeping into year three. See, and this is something that's very true. You truly don't know somebody until after 7 years. Oh, see, they don't. I'm at the guy Carol for that one, or Hope, or John. See, y'all really don't know people until you've been with them for over 7 years. And I'm talking about married to them for 7 years. Man, oh man, yo, the gloves come off. I don't have to hide shit. Listen. I stop hiding. I stop all the doggone BS. I shoot straight, punch for the juggler. I make sure you hurt.
Well,
Same. Go ahead.
Ian, I know I kind of wanted to ask you and like the rest of the panel to your initial point about like, opening up and stuff like that. I kind of do feel like though and I don't know if y'all go through the same thing, but I feel like when, I've been with different girls or whatever, and I try to like express myself, it's very like, they kind of just look at me like I'm crazy. Like, you have feelings, and it doesn't really get past that. Like, whereas I feel like when it comes to a woman's feelings, we try to fix it. Like, we try to say, okay, well, oh, I didn't realize I wasn't doing that, so I guess I'll do it. But I feel like the other way around, it doesn't get reciprocated.
And sometimes they use it against you. Like if you give your feelings and you say this is how I feel about something, women don't forget, and they'll bring that up later on and say, "Oh, exactly. Remember when you felt like that?"
Yeah, John, exactly. Like I've shared with BMT before. Like I've been in the foster care system and I've lived in some group homes and stuff. And I remember with my ex, I had told her that, and then we had gotten to an argument about something about like her moving in because we was dating for like a year or 2 years or so. And she was like, I have a close relationship with my mom, and you wouldn't know anything about that. And I'm just like, damn. I wouldn't even think to say some crazy shit like that.
The thing about it is this. And let me tell you this. Mm. Sometimes as you're starting to be with somebody, you start telling them, please don't disrespect this to me. I remember when I was with me and Melissa, another family member, they used to always like to bring up my PTSD. They used to always like bringing that shit up. Well, Joe, the reason why you're doing that, because you know you got TBI or you know you got PTSD. And one day I said, could y'all all shut the fuck up? Could everybody shut the fuck up? Mom, shut the fuck up. Dad, shut the fuck up. Melissa, shut the fuck up. Pastor, shut the fuck up. And all of y'all can kiss my ass. Y'all are not my damn therapist. You're my family. You don't bring up my pain for your platform to critique me. You don't get that card. Either you're building with me or you're trying to break me down. And sometimes, and that is time for men and women, you let them know, yo, you know I came from abuse. Why would you say that? Or what? And sometimes we have to let the other person know. Don't be using that thing. Sometimes you got to check your woman and say, yo, don't be doing that dumb shit. Don't be doing that. Yes, we do understand. Some women they do that because they want to get a jab at you to see how far they can go. That is natural. Women will do that, but you also gotta let them know, yo, don't be doing that goofy shit. Because when I start pulling the punches at your sensitivity box, I punch hard. I make sure you bleed. Same thing for the women. Let the man know, hey, let me tell you what I've been through before I got with you. Some women do that, so that way they were like, I don't want, now that I'm with this man, I don't, maybe some people can operate off of pain. Does that make sense? Some people operate off of pain. They
Yeah.
never operated off of actual love. So all they know is, so long as I break this person down, they can't hurt me at their convenience. Or they don't know how to actually express their pain. So if I make sure you're in pain, or you know how like people at the work, they always go around, if I'm sucking at work, I'm not gonna go around somebody who's doing good at work. I'm gonna go to somebody who's shitty. So I'm gonna go sit with Brother Speak because you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They yeah, I agree, Hope. Men do it too. When they do, I go for the juggler. Yeah, is that some people are used to operating off of pain. Go ahead and find a movie. People are used to going for jugglers because they know a lot of people, like I told you, a lot of people are built into survival mode, not into functionality of how to actually talk to somebody, but somebody who actually was weird properly on how to actually talk to people, they wouldn't have done that to you. They would have that's sensitive.
Yeah,
That's
but
very
I feel like people take that. I feel like people like take that and then run with it. Like if they know that you're not the type of person to say or do fucked up shit, then they're like, that's when they do fucked up shit to you.
no, you're right. You're right. They are to do that. But that's also your job. Again, that's why we said I'm gonna sit down and I'm probably gonna have to grab Ruby or Ruby or D Darrell to talk about um how to proper communication in the home. That is a loss. That is a
Yeah.
lost art.
Yeah.
That is a lost art of learning how to properly express ourselves with each other. There's nowhere else to target if we're talking about pain. No need to pull punches. Exactly. Some people listen. I've heard some men say. I heard some men say that at dinner time or at events. Yeah, my wife's a cook. Too bad she's fat as fuck in front of other people. And I'm like, dude, like, and the woman wouldn't say nothing back.
Yeah, that's messed up, man.
She wouldn't
Like,
say nothing. She wouldn't say nothing back. I was like, dude, why would you say that? well, ain't no secret. We all know that, we all know that Sheila's getting big. And I'm like, dude, were you trying to get a joke across?
Yeah, and that's the sad thing. We have both men and women would do that. They'll try to pick at your flaws just to make a joke about you in front of other people, and you'd be like, my ex-wife did that one time, and her girlfriend had to check her. I'm like, why would you do that to your husband right here? What are you doing?
Right. And
I
it
think
shows.
it's to degrade them so that they're not attracted to other people. Other people aren't attracted to them. Like, sometimes they do that where they'll make their spouse look bad in front of others because they don't want them to look like, oh, they're a good choice for somebody else. So their insecurity comes out.
And see, that happens a lot, John. That happens a lot. Who would ever want you? You're not even a good father.
Yep.
You know how to raise all these other damn kids, but you can't take care of your own damn kid. Listen, I have heard that sung in my ear so many times. So many times. And I'll be like, well, damn. Just the same way I've heard the same thing. Yeah, like, my baby mama, like, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, I love my kids, but that doggone stinky heifer bitch. And I'll be like, well, dude, how'd you get her pregnant 4 times or 3 times? So she that stink, but yet you still laying down with her? Yet any man that talks to her, you all of a sudden go on offensive mode and start attacking. Just say you love her, but you're afraid of that you're not matching up to what you need to be. So your survival mode is break her down, break him down, so that way they only see themselves good enough just to be with you. Listen, I will never critique my children's mother for the entertainment of you savages. That is less than a dog in my eyes. Any man that will critique his woman for the enjoyment of other men, you're a vagabond. Any woman to go run to other men and other women about the exploitation of their weakness of their man in their home for their self gain,
Yeah.
you are a harlot in the street.
When you denigrate your spouse, you actually are denigrating yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And people look at you like you're crazy as hell. They look at like, what I'm saying, like, thank you, Hope. Thank you for the $10. Like, people don't respect y'all. They don't. I hear that every time. Well, and sometimes it is true. Yes, I get it. But when I see other people doing that for their nice little come up, they use their little talking point. No. I watch people talk about their children. Somebody. Yes. That's chaos. So I'm just mute them. Some people talk about their children. Yeah, and I really don't like people when they do that. Yeah, my daughter, she's a slut. I'm like, wow. Why's your daughter? Well, she got 2 baby daddies. Yeah, she didn't know how to keep her legs closed. Stupid black woman. And I'm like, dude, that's your grandkids you're talking about. You do know that, you idiot. I have been on panels where people have said, I said, who the hell would come to you for anything? Well, my kids don't even come to me and talk to me, or I wouldn't either. You literally just said that I'm a hoe.
God damn. Man, wow, that's insane. I can't. Man, I can't imagine that.
Because My mom was married, so it was a struggle having a different man trying to come in and be your dad.
You know,
You're talking about
I
learning
find
how
it.
to have a relationship and be a parent, and you constantly having a new person take the place of your father. It's kind of rough. You don't learn that stability.
Yeah, I know that too all too well. I had that same situation, and usually, and the first man, well, he wasn't exactly the best. Now, the second one that she actually stayed with, he was going to be a father, but he died. Just probably like a year after she met him. So it's and then once my mother kept dating, she dated two other guys, and one I think was a child molester, and the other one he was just doing some creepy stuff. So it's like, yeah, to it's hard to deal with that, and trying to be like, okay, this guy going to be father material? I mean, is he going, or is he just here just to just is he just here? It's
The thing about it is this: if somebody asks, how do hoes get told the truth? And here's the thing about it. And this is something that I gotta let y'all know. I just have to let y'all know that earnestly, you can't shame somebody that don't acknowledge you in a position of power. It 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 it, 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 it won't ever touch them. You can say you're going to hell all you want to an atheist, but if an atheist don't believe in heaven or hell, you just wasted your time.
facts.
You're just wasting your time. Listen. I done watched this plenty of times, and I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people like to think that same thing. Like a lot of these men. Well, we're gonna get these men. These men need to step up to do X, Y, and Z. You know how you want to do. The best way how you do that. Don't get them access. Raise the stand. Raise your standard. Whenever I hear a woman say, "No, I don't allow a man to have no sex with me unless he has X, Y, Z. He has certain things and critiques," and then all of a sudden I start hearing these women think they're too fucking good to lay down with me because I'm not. And I'm like, well, because they're raising the standard. It's called a requirement. Same thing with the women that say, "Well, guess what? I can't. Where are the good men?" Well, the good men, you can't get access to them because they don't see you as a good woman.
And they don't seek them out either. They want them to come to them. You can't. It's like, well, there ain't no good men around. Well, have you gone to where they are? Are you? And when you ask them that, it's like crickets. So it's
Well,
like,
But I think
so
that goes back to the fatherhood thing because I think there's a lot of you know, especially men around my age, in late 20s that don't have the confidence that I do notice other generations have. Like just to even like just approach. And then, with phones now it's kind of easy because you could just send like a DM or something.
but
yeah, yeah, but I think it's also the climate too, because it's like you're gonna approach a woman who looked like she had a bad day, and she looking at you like you're the worst enemy. And a lot
Yeah.
of people are not gonna. A lot of guys is not gonna do that. The only guys who's going to do that, unfortunately, is the more desperate of the men.
now here's the thing about it is let me push at some stuff. If you have a positive outlook, now listen. Sometimes you see the girl right now at the clerk station, at Walmart, and she's dang dealing with 14 customers. Listen, now's not a good time to shoot your shot. Just say, "Hey, how are you doing? I hope everything's going good." Just say that. No, I got to get her number. Well, just say that. You see her busy with like 15 characters. I think that right now, the same thing for a guy. Right now, there's a woman, she wanted to get this man's attention, but he was busy trying to he had to go. What I think, what was he dealing with? Trying to drop a goddamn transmission, and he had 2 cars that he had to get done. And in saying that and dealing with that, he understood that, hey, listen, Shawty, I get, you're very fine. He's like, oh, he think he's too good. No, it's just that the fact that he's working. It's working. People have things on their plate. You can either choose to work with them or not. You don't have to eat the plate. It's like a buffet. When you're going to the buffet, do you have to pick up everything you walk in front of? No. It's your choice whether you want to eat from that or not. Whether you want to put it on your plate or not. I maybe have to one day say the buffet dating. I'm gonna have to one day teach y'all to do buffet dating. Where you can choose on whether you want to eat from that station or not. If not that, don't put it on your plate. Some men don't mind talking to a woman that might have come from a situation. Same thing from a woman. Some women don't mind working with a man in a situation. Same thing when it comes to family. If it's on your plate, you have to deal with it and eat it. You just have to. Listen, I have plenty of time. I'm like, damn, my son has a situation. Do I throw it in the trash? No, I have to deal with it. But I'm his father. But I also have to teach him, guess what? Son, we'll handle it piece by piece. Same thing with my wife, my kids. I have to be that person. But I also am allowed to critique and express myself. What's going on, Hope? Welcome to the panel.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on, fam?
Ain't not much. I just wanted to chime in a little
Hey,
bit.
Hope.
What up, John?
Go ahead.
KS and
Hey.
Bro Speak.
Hey, how
I
you
just wanted
doing?
to chime in a little bit just to put a woman's perspective out there, because I hear the men perspective, but I wanted to put a woman's perspective out there on stuff that we was speaking on here. First thing first, and this is for both men and women. People gotta know how to grow up. For starters, you gotta have it. It goes with the mindset. If somebody have an immature mindset, you're gonna get immature results. You can tell who's mature and who's not mature by just sitting down having a conversation. You can tell within maybe 30 minutes of a conversation if this person's gonna be a perfect fit for you, or they're gonna be somebody with some bullshit. And that goes for men and women. Because you got some women out here, they talk a good game, but then when the man get with them, they on some other shit. And vice versa. You got men who talk a good game, but then when the time to deliver, they on some other shit. See, it's not all about what fuck a man can put on the table. It's also what I can put on the table. If I can't afford it, I'm not going to expect that person to afford it. Because at the end of the day, you got to conduct yourself out there as far as a woman, got to show that she can put more than pussy on the table. It's so much more you can add to a relationship besides pussy. And same as a man. If dick is all you can offer me, then you ain't on my level. I want somebody that's on the same level as me, that's on the same page. And I ain't talking about financial. It ain't always about finances either. Because,
Yep. Unequally yoked. Unequally yoked.
But why do they believe that, Hope? We're hearing these talks more that they're talking about, well, if you have the money, they should get in line, or that
It's
it makes it get better. Go ahead.
it's so much more than to money, because somebody can have a lot of money and still mentally fuck you up. You understand what I'm saying? You not only you got to nurture the pocket, but you got to nurture the body as well. You got to nurture the mindset too. You know, somebody can have money all day long, but if they ain't nurturing my mindset and they want some bullshit, they want to browbeat me because they think because they got money, they be arrogant and think they can talk to me and treat me any kind of way. Fuck you and your money. Y'all can get the fuck out of here. You know, that's where I'm at. And you know, I've messed with guys who made less money than me. And guess what? They treated me with respect. It wasn't no, oh, I'm gonna be a motherfucker to her or this, that, and the third. It was more on they come up with the sweetest gestures and everything. You know, but somebody that had money, they will be cocky and then they think you're supposed to be chasing them down and calling them all the time. Here, this is my mindset, and this is what I say to a lot of females. If a motherfucker don't have time for you, he ain't interested. Somebody that's interested in you is going to find time for you. They're going to call you. You ain't going to have to chase them down. You ain't going to have to blow their phones up. They're going to call you. If they ain't calling you, they're not interested. Move the fuck on. Don't beat yourself down. That's why I tell a lot of females, same with guys. If a female ain't finding time for you, don't play her game. Move the fuck on. And then guess what?
Some people will settle. Some people will settle
And
for
that's sad though,
something.
bro.
Yeah, thinking that that's the best they're going to get.
That's sad. That's sad. Because you never know that person is out there. But you
Yep.
pining over this person, and then when somebody do talk to you, and because you let what this person shot you down, or the games that this person played, you bring baggage. Fuck that. Unpack them bags or burn the motherfucker. You
Now,
know?
why do they feel? Because I hear this a lot. That would definitely, there's money equivalent to raising and dealing with raising a child or raising a family. Because we're also seeing with people who have money, they don't know how to deal with kids. I'm gonna get a nanny, or I'm gonna find somebody else that.
Right. Again, it all starts with the background. It all starts how they was brought up. You know, if you brought up in a fucked up home, you know, 9 times out of 10, in some cases, it make the person want to make sure they do better by their kids. And then in some cases, it make the person even more fucked up than their parents was to them to their kids. You know, it all depends. But I'm gonna speak on my own experience. You know, I wasn't brought up in the best environment. Not at all. But guess what it did? It messed me up so bad that history repeated itself with my children. Guess what? I broke the motherfucking chain. I made a promise that if I ever had kids, they will not understand the pain and the struggle that was inflicted on me at a young age. But some people don't have that mindset. Some people is weak-minded, and some people look for validation too much from me. And I'm only speaking as somebody who been there before. I was once young, and I've been there. The wisdom I got right now, it goes with years. It goes with paying attention and start listening instead of talking all the time. Sometimes it's good to pay attention and listen and be mute. Because you find a shut mouth find out a lot of stuff. You'd be surprised what you find out by just having a shut mouth instead of talking all the time. And that's something that I always taught my children too. I said, don't you be the talker. You sit and you listen real good and pay attention to what somebody say. Because people can say little slide shit on the side and don't think you can catch it. And you know, I always said to people, jokes have a lot of truth in how a person really feel about you. You know, they'll sit up and say, oh, I'm just joking, I'm just playing, I'm just joking, I'm just playing. No, the fuck you ain't. That's exactly how the fuck you feel. Because if you didn't really feel like that, you wouldn't have fucking said it. I always tell people, pay attention to the little tippet stuff that people say out their mouth.
Now, why people focus more on submission and all kind of sexuality talking points and everything else, but not on proper dialogue and on how, listen, we have a lot of things as parents and people that we need to work on before we start talking about all the other stuff. But there's a lot of deep rooted stuff going on that people don't really want to address. They rather just say, well, these are happening because the women or because of, because of history and stuff. And again, granted, I get some things do come into play, but however, you're here now. I'm here.
Yep.
We made it. We didn't have the ideal. Wherein I heard you're growing up talking. I heard you talk about your background, John, myself. We all didn't come from. We all didn't come from the fairy middle field. We all came from the junkyard.
Yep.
But we're still here. We're doing the best we could.
And one thing that I don't agree with BMT with a lot of females and males do is when they talk down about their baby mamas and baby fathers. My thing is chalk it up as okay, I made a bad choice. But why bad mouth a person? You ain't think that person was so bad when you was fucking with them.
Yeah, that's what BMT was talking about before you got on. He was saying
that's how I feel about it. I feel like this. And I could say, I could put out, and I'll put my own stuff out there. I got 3 baby daddies. I sure do. And the only reason being is because I don't believe in abortions. And was they drive-by things? No. They were somebody I was in relationships with. And it was a bad choice of mine. But at the end of the day, I don't carry myself as a victim. I never played victim. And honestly, I ain't never cared too much about child support. I didn't want to put them on child support. Social service made me put them on there because that was the only way I was able to get some type of assistance to take care of my kids, was to put them on child support. And I even went before the judge and told him, I don't want nothing from this man. I don't want a damn thing from him. I just want him to just leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone. And that's it. Leave me alone. He don't want to be a father. That's fine. I don't give a damn. But I'm not going to lay up with him so he can be a father to my kids. He don't want to be a father to my son. He don't want to be a father to my daughter. Then guess what? He can go his way. I go my way. I don't want no child support from him. Guess what the judge told me? Oh, well, we have to give it to him since you receiving assistance from the government.
I think
a lot of men don't know that part. Huh?
I think one of the things about it was, and I've had my roller coaster with me and Melissa, but I never spewed down or jumped on. I can, but speed. You can hold me to this, John, KS, or any other people. As long as you know me, Hope. I've never jumped on social media and spewed venom on my family or my life.
That's true. That's true.
I've seen that.
I've owned that. If I knew what I was doing.
Right. And I'll tell anybody in a minute. That was a bad poor choice of me. That's it. That was my bad choice, and I deal with it. I did what I had to do as a mother. I worked, and I put myself to school. Yes, I used social service. I had Section 8. I had all of it. And you know what? I used it as a stepping stone. I didn't use it as a lifestyle. I used it as a stepping stone. And once I got my degree and once I started in my career, my kids were still it was just my two oldest at the time. Kids were still in elementary school when I left the hood. When I upgraded and moved into a better environment and put my kids in a better school district. But everybody don't have the same mindset. And then when you try to talk to people, because I tried to talk to my peers, I tried to be a good influence on them and stuff. But, You can only bring the horse to the water, but that don't mean they're gonna drink.
I
Yeah.
think that was one. Yeah, go ahead, Kay.
No, I wanted to hope, and I don't think people think of the full like what women all the way go through, and I also think on both sides people don't think of what men all the way go through too, and that is part of like healing and really caring about somebody. Um, but to BMT's point about him saying like he didn't badmouth his family or his wife or anything like that, and that's what I was gonna say. My brother told me like for him his coping mechanism is just he gets like 2 hours to himself. Like it hits like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. He goes into his man cave. He gets his beers out. I know this because I chill with him, but he gets his beers out, puts on the game. We play like Madden or whatever. And he's not like, his wife makes sure like his kids don't bother him for that, like, hour and a half. And that's kind of his, time for himself, so to speak. But my question was, because I'm not a parent, and my question was for everybody on the panel, like, do you feel like worried or like anxious when your kids are not in your sight? Especially like John, because I know your kids are grown. Like, does that stop or are you always like worried?
More so in the beginning, but now over the years, not as much because I have faith in her and I know she's doing a good job. And so I've seen her develop and my concern has diminished a little bit. I mean, the love is there and I still want to be there and be protective, but you can't be smothering them. You got to let them grow on their own because you're never going to always be there.
And you took the words right out of my mouth right there, John. I still worry about my kids, but I trust God. I pray over my children. I'm praying, Mom. I pray for my kids, for their safety and their well-being when they leave the house, because they are home right now. All my kids are home. And when my daughter go away, because she's military, when she goes away, when she's on duty, I worry and stuff, but I know and I trust my God. I know He's gonna protect my babies. I let my kids branch out and learn their own. I got one more that I'm waiting for her to turn 18. So I can have freedom and stuff. But for the most part, you never stop worrying about your kids. You won't. But on the same token, you gotta let them find themselves and spread their wings out and stuff. So
I don't have children, but I know
my bad.
yeah, but my mother always was worried about me. Even before she passed away, she was always worried. When I didn't call, and she was also worried about my brothers. Even so that to me that never goes away. That's if you care. Now, if you don't care, then that's a little different. But if you're a parent that cares, no, they never they never get over that. It is always where you been, what you're doing, and that's just how they are. To it never changes. So.
Well, I got a little secret. They don't know it, but they on my phone plan, right? So I got GPS advice on them. I look on their GPS. I got where I see where they at, and I do it because it's times are dangerous out here. So wherever their last place is, and my kids pop up missing, and they don't come home, and I'm going straight to where the fuck they was last at, and I'm fucking somebody up. Where my kid at? Where's my son? Or where's my daughter? If they don't pop up home, I check the GPS, and I also look on the Snapchats and stuff too. But I checks. You never stop worrying. They don't know it, but they don't know. I tracks their asses, and it's just to know that they are all right. Just to know where they at. They'll call and say, "Mom, I'm all right." Cause they checks in with me. They're calling, let me know that they okay. Cause they know how I am. And then once they tell me, then I'm gone to sleep. But when I wake up in the morning, if they ain't home, they ain't home. I look on the tracking device. They still at the same spot they was at the night. So I know they spent it. I know their friends' addresses and stuff too. So I know they are.
I think that's one of the things about it. As like I said, me and my spouse, we're learning as we're going. But one of the things that I we understood was we had to just keep climbing and figuring things out piece by piece. We had to just keep climbing and figuring things out as we go, and we have to, it's not easy.
Yeah.
It definitely not easy. So like I said, like the working 2 and 3 jobs, the she having to go through school, medical, me in the military, and X, Y, and Z. It definitely it's hard, and I've had times where I've had to tell my parents, yo, like y'all manual being a parent sucks. That shit don't work for me. It's a whole different. And for those who are now going to the parents, or listen, what was back then, shit. That listen, I'll never forget. Law enforcement coming to my house about me disciplining my child. Been there. Never forget the arguments, the disputes and different stuff. Like it, like literally, you have to find your guiding compass stick and figure it out and work your way through.
Yeah.
And that's something that a lot of us, that I hope and John will tell you, that literally we're like, you know what, we went through it, we got kicked in our mouth, we spit the blood out, and we had to just keep going. And
Pretty much.
because those who are depending on us, those little ones, they're not looking for, well, maybe when you figure out how to buffer it. No, we just have to keep going. And I can tell y'all right now, you're going to fall down. You're going to taste defeat on sometimes. That's the
Yeah.
unrealistic talk that a lot of people don't want to have with you. That I can tell you right now, I'm not afraid to admit it. I don't think John is afraid or Hope. We have failed at some things.
Yeah.
You
It's
know,
not falling down. It's how you get up.
right,
Yep.
right. I've had time where I got to step out the room. I had to step out the room, and we have to reassess it. So I understand why John and Hope, y'all bang hard. Even that brother speak. I don't look at, hey, you failed, even though that your first marriage didn't work out, but you still have time to learn, and you might find happiness elsewhere. I believe KS that you will one day get a family, and you'll do better than what they did with
Yep.
with those people. Like I said, nothing is written in the heavens. You can figure that. You'll find that out if you put forth the effort and the work.
Yeah.
Like I said,
And go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
And
Go ahead.
and speaking as someone who is a divorced woman, I'm married because I was married to my little girl's father and stuff. And I did everything in my power to keep my family together. But the church, remind you, a church had broke up my home. And I did everything in my power. Even after we got the divorce, I was like, I even told him, I said, come move down here to Arizona with me. That way we're not near your family, we're not near my family. It's just us and the kids. We can start over. But he was too loyal to his church, his pastor, you know, instead of me. So that's what Hope did. I couldn't let him keep me down because he already brought me down from the get-go. Because when I lived in Baltimore, I moved from Baltimore to a nice suburban area, Anne Arundel County, which is a good school system for my kids and a good neighborhood and stuff. It's diverse, not just it's mostly white there, but you had diversity. You have the Chinese, you had the you know, some Hispanics, and you had all kinds of nationalities up in there, Africans, all. So my kids was in a nice neighborhood, diverse neighborhood. And the school system, I'm telling you, when I say the school system, they had newer books, they had all the higher technologies, they even had better food than the kids in the city. I felt bad. I said, damn, I'm glad I moved my kids from down there out of the Baltimore City schools and out of Baltimore, period. And we living nice. So my ex-husband, he moved from Ohio to Maryland to be with me and stuff. And we had got married and stuff. And we had my little girl. But my little girl, I was still pregnant with my little girl when we decided as a married couple to move to Ohio. Cause I said, well, both of my parents are deceased and his parents are still alive. All I wanted was for my daughter to be able to see, her grandmother, to grow up with her grandmother. Since both of my first two children, both their grandmothers are deceased, all their grandparents are deceased as well. So I was like, well, it's no reason for Glory, my little one, to not be able to grow up with her grandparents and stuff. They're still alive and well. So he made me believe that we was gonna move into a comfortable neighborhood. Or was that a slap in my face? His form of good neighborhood is still the hood. And it was, I mean, I don't even want to begin to tell you. Just say that my 3 years in Ohio was the worst 3 years of my life. Because then after we get in Ohio, then he decided to walk out on me and my kids, leaving me to fend for my children by myself. And we just had a brand new baby. So now here to go, I gotta depend on government again. So I had to I got public housing and I had to live off of public housing for 3 years, trying to do what I gotta do for my kids. And then it didn't stop there. You know, he wasn't trying to help with my little one. So now and then after his church family started harassing me because I'm calling him in reference to my child. Now he is the only one I took to child support to get to send a message and to send them a message. Oh, and why did I do that? Because then it really got terrible. Now the women in his church and the pastor harassing me on my phone, harass me. And I made record of it. I kept copies, made record of it, and I even took it to court. And then I said, listen, I just want full custody of my daughter. He wants the divorce because he finally filed the papers. I said, he wants the divorce. I don't care about that. At this point now, I just want my daughter. That's it. I want full custody. He wanted joint custody because he thought if he got joint custody, that he wouldn't have to pay child support for my daughter. But when the mediator told him, hey, that don't mean nothing. You still gonna pay child support. Then he gave me full custody. And even after that, I said, listen, you can come see her anytime you want to. So when he would come over, he would be busy looking at the clock and leave 2 hours at a time at the dot on the dot. Looking at the clock, looking on the phone, not paying attention to my kid. He supposed to be there visiting my daughter and not paying attention. Looking at the clock, looking at the phone. 2 hours go, he gone. Then the 2 hours turned to 1 hour. Then the 1 hour turned to 30 minutes. Then the 30 minutes turned to 15 minutes. And then that last time, I did what I did to him, what he did to me. He waited till I was at work and left me and walked out on me. This go round, I returned the favor. He thought that when he came the following day, to only stay for 10 minutes with my daughter, we was already gone. He looked up, we was gone. But even then, I tried to reason with this man. I even told him to come with her. He knew I was leaving to go live here in Arizona. He just didn't know when I was leaving. And I even tried to, I even told him, I said, hey, let's start over. I said, come to Arizona with me and the kids. I said we can start over there. If you can find a church home there that you can minister in. Because my ex-husband was a minister. Everything. I did my best. And when he didn't want it no more, then it was what it was. I moved on. Moving here to Arizona was the best decision I made. Where me and my kids are comfortable. I'm in my career. And I mean, I'm making more money than ever since I moved here in my career. Wasn't making much in Ohio. I made something, but not that much. Not as much as I'm making right now. So sometimes sometimes you have to take a step back to move forward. It happens.
Yep.
And then I
We
realized
were
that
talking earlier, Hope, about who taught you how to be a parent.
nobody, I had to teach myself.
Yeah, that's what we were
And the
talking about
reason
earlier.
and the reason being because when you have when both of your parents, my mom, she wasn't a single parent. My parents co-parent. But my father was doing him. I mostly was with my grandmother and my aunt. And my mother, she was doing her. When you gotta, and I'll put it out there, I'm not ashamed of where I come from. My father was on drugs. My mother was alcoholic. And I had to learn how to take care of myself at a very young age. And I mean, on so many levels. So, and then like I said, once I started having children, and I told myself this, I said, if I ever have children, I wasn't gonna, I wasn't gonna, they wasn't gonna understand that kind of pain and struggle that I faced, and they don't.
Hey, Hope, can I ask a question?
Sure.
The minister, do you think did he want it to be a father? Do you think that he wanted to be a father, or do you think it was something that had to go with the church and his religion?
Honestly, it was a decision that we made for each other. 'Cause he didn't have kids, so I agreed to bear a baby for him after we got married. I agreed to bear a baby for him because I had already had two older kids, and at the time, my daughter was 14 and my son was 11. And it was
The thing about it that I think some people got to understand, it's always people always talk a good gambit or a good game until they actually get into the play,
yeah.
and then they actually have to perform.
Yeah.
Some people actually arise to the occasion. Some people are like, this is more. Mama, what do I do? Whoa, 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 whoa. Daddy, what do I do? Brother Speak, what do I do? KS, what do I do? John, no, no. You said that you wanted that family. You wanted that smoke. Same thing for the woman. You wanted that man. You wanted that energy. And this is the thing about it when I say people either being trained for that position, like people say that they apply for the job position, right? But they're not properly
Right.
trained for it. And then when you get on the work floor, people can tell, like, yo, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't.
You know what? Bro? And I'm gonna tell you where it stemmed from him at. His mother and father wasn't. His grandmother raised him. His mother and father didn't raise him. His grandmother did. And he basically did to my child what his father did to him. And and then also the fact that the church he was in, this pastor, female pastor now, she mentally you know, she hit him mentally. She was in his ear and was saying that, oh, I wasn't the one for him and stuff. And it's all because I wasn't going to give this bitch my money. You're not going to tell me what the fuck I can give you when I can't give it. And then you make a sermon on your pulpit talking about, I got to take care of you. I got to buy you toilet paper and soap and food and so forth. You know, and I looked at him and I looked at, because we were sitting in church and that was the sermon for the day on how you going to take care of her. And then her daughter jump up, and you're going to buy them bucks too. You know, and I'm looking like, who the fuck do these people think they are? And I looked at him, I said, what you taking your paper of writing stuff down for? We're not taking care of her. You know, so because I wasn't one of those weak-minded females like the ones that was at the church, because they was, oh God, those girls was weak as shit. She didn't know I was an alpha just like she was. And she couldn't handle me. She hated me. And with all the harassments and stuff over the phone, I even told her, I said, I won't fuck you up because you old enough to be my mother. But I'll beat your daughter ass just for general purpose. And I blatantly disrespect her for on purpose on social media and told her daughter, bitch, you know where I live at. Come see me. It took me to that level. I challenged her daughter. I wanted to fight her daughter so bad because I said, let's go. I said, now I just disrespected your mother, bitch. Come see me now. And her cousin, we gonna get you, huh? I said, y'all know where I live at. Let's go. Matter of fact, I even went up there to where they was at one day. I went up there, me and my homegirl, we went up there to the church. And I waited for them to come outside. They would not come out that door. They were scared. So
You know,
it
I
was
was going to
just,
say that sometimes men and women will get pregnant to try to control the other spouse. It's not about having a child. Sometimes they do it as a control mechanism, either to try to keep the man, or the man is trying to keep the woman tied down. You know, it's not
and
out of the purpose of having a child, but more a control factor.
And as far as you, Sean, your question to that is just, you know, his love for God and how, you know, respectful he was. I mean, he fooled me. He wasn't what he presented himself. It was shame on me, but see, I still had a lot to learn. I was still young. I was still young. I was in my early 30s. I was still young. I'm still learning.
Yep. It's rough when you're young. That's the thing. You know, you think you know it all, but you don't. And then
Nope.
when you get put in that situation, it's sink or swim.
And I can tell y'all, you know, and I'm glad that we had this conversation because, you know, this is something that definitely does happen. That, you know,
It
it's
was my
it's
poor
something that
choice.
it is, you know, like situations do happen and we deal with it.
And you see, I'm holding self accountable for my choice. It was my poor choice. It's my poor choice. You know how some females don't want to hold accountability for that. I do. I'm woman enough and grown enough to say, hey, it was my poor choices. But you know what? But at the end of the day, I ain't look for no motherfucking handouts. I ain't look for a man to play daddy to any of my kids. I did what I had to do for me and mine. If I got in a relationship, we Gucci. Okay, we good. But I never ever expected a man to play daddy to any of my fucking kids. Never. And technically, to be honest with you, unless we were serious, a man didn't even lay eyes on my motherfucking kids until we got serious. I didn't bring no any and everybody home to my house. If I hooked up with somebody when I casually dated, I went to their house. We hooked up there. It was never they coming to my house around my kids. And if they got a family at home and that where I can't come to them either, then we went to a hotel because they weren't coming in my motherfucking house, not around my kids. You know,
And
that's just how I carry it.
that's very respectable. Like I said, I know. Like I said, like listen, I've had my situation. You know what I'm saying? Everything wasn't always peachy cream with me and Melissa, but I never left it up to. Well, I'm gonna go off and hopefully another man will pick up the pieces, or no, like I had to own that. I had to own that hand. Like it's like when you get dealt a hand in the game of spades, the hand that was dealt to you is the hand that's dealt to you, and you got to just play your hand.
You
And that's the thing about it. Like people always want to do takebacks. They always want to do takebacks. You don't do takebacks with kids. You don't do
no,
takebacks with people that you start a relationship with and say, well, maybe I can just refund. No, this is why, and this is the thing that we're hearing about on going on social media or in everyday life. People want takebacks. They want the good, they want the benefit, but they don't want the responsibility of what comes with the maintenance. And that's the contention of why I say a lot of people were in survival mode of just getting it while the getting is good, but not while it's when it hits the bad. Oh shit, I gotta bail out, and
but
that's
let
an
me,
issue.
and
So
then like what we were getting into about the gay thing, right? I wholeheartedly believe my daughter didn't come out to the closet on being gay. I noticed that she didn't start really turning to women, to girls until after my ex-husband walked out on us. And remind you, this is a young girl who dealing with her father walking out on her, and then somebody else that she looked up to be a father figure to her that promised to be there for her, that walked out on her too. And I think that triggers something where it made her turn because she seen me hurt before, that it made her feel like I don't want to deal with men. I'm gonna try experiment with girls. And I thought it would be a phase, but nope. She came out when she was 16, and she's 24 now. She's in the military, and she loves girls. So I'm thinking, like in some cases, when I know some, as far as boys go, you 9 times out of 10, if a boy come up gay, it's because he been fumbled with when he was young. Somebody fucked with him when he was young, and sometimes that also, as far as boys wise, why they a lot of them come out gay because somebody fucked with them. In most cases, not saying all, but in most cases, somebody molested them and fucked with them when they was young, and that's why they still gravitate with a man opposed to gravitating with a woman.
Well,
Go
do
ahead,
y'all feel
Kev.
like, yeah, it might be some truth to that. Do you feel like it was stuff that y'all did as parents, like you feel as though like y'all was able to have some type of a routine that like helped?
Well, when me and my ex husband was together, yes, and when me and my ex husband was together,
No, I mean like in general, like because what I'm hearing from BMT is kind of like you just roll with the punches, like it's something new all the time. But like, is there certain parts of it, like maybe like a family dinner, like some like stuff like that, like some things that you was able to
yes,
do.
one of the
But you got to
things
have
about
the
it,
commitment. You got to have
right?
that commitment, to endure it
right?
and to get through it and to adapt to make it work.
Like one of the things about it is like I try to make family time a must. Like regardless of whatever people tell me, or what the criteria stuff. I always try to enforce that family time. Um, be it with my wife, with my children. Sometimes I'll go off into the boys' room and sit down with them and talk with them and look into things that they're doing. Not to snoop around, well, let me see what they're doing, but actually care.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll sit down with the girls, reinforce to them, stuff like, their positivity, encourage their femininity, encourage them on being independent. I know a man encouraging his daughters about being independent and strong. I know that sounds like a taboo, but I'm not teaching my daughters to be dependent on a man. I'm teaching them how
Right.
to be strong women. And I'm also talking to them about stuff. Same thing with my sons. I teach them how to cook, clean, how to doggone do certain stuff in the house. I teach these, but these are things that I take apart like, well, I'm the next evolution of family, what I didn't have. I try to implicate them into what I got now to my kids. I don't have a problem showing PDA, public display of affection, that is wholesome but not derogatory, with my wife in front of my children. See,
Right.
a lot of people don't do that. I don't try to be all disgusting and sexual, but I try to have fun and also say, son, it's okay. You can love up on your wife someday if you get one. Ew, this is how it's gonna be for y'all. So when my daughter says, Mom, Daddy, I'm gonna get married someday. Good, but get your education first. Get your schooling first. Sometimes I go, what I like to do? Whenever I'm in the bathroom and I'm doing like my hair, I bring my daughters in the room. I let them feel my hair and they feel it. A lot of women, a lot of young girls go through they deal with body shaming. So I try to let them feel comfortable. But their mother also pushes and talks to them about that. Just like my sons, I talk to them about their hormones. I talk to them about a lot. These are things that you normally don't get, that are not spoken about. These aren't things that were spoken about with John and Hope when we were coming up. So we had to learn the hard way by crawling around through the dirt and glass. So we now know, hey, we can do this. I Hope is a lovable woman. And her daughter, yes, her daughter is gay, and guess what? She still loves her daughter. Her daughter is an exceptional soldier in the United States military, making good money. She ain't out here causing no problems. John is a good grandfather, a good father, a good man that shows that, hey, hard work and determination, and even if you think you're falling short, you can get back up and try. So I believe that other men and women, they can do it because we did it.
Mm-hmm.
We did it, and we had our struggles. I had food stamps.
Yeah.
All
You got
of
to
us.
have that commitment. You got to have that
No,
commitment.
but we knew one thing. Hey, kids, where we're at today, we want you. This is something that a lot of parents don't tell. They don't tell their kids, I want you to be better than me. Outdo us. Be better than what we are today.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? My nephew wanted to go out on a date with he wanted to go out on a date with a white girl. Somebody said, "Oh man, bro, you need to go find yourself a sister." I said, "Whoever he finds that he loves, let him love them. Let him love them. He loves his he not to say he don't like he just wants somebody he loves. Now, I'm not telling him, whoa, black women are bad, because his mom not bad. His mom literally had a doctor's degree.
Mm-hmm.
He just said he just fell in love with this girl. And he's young, so he's gonna probably make mistakes. But I also tell him, hey, don't shame our women. But don't ever let people shame you as being a proud black man. I'm not beating on
Right.
him about certain stuff. I just want him and I want my people to be happy. But I also understand that we're not getting the proper tutelage as people.
I'm
KS,
glad you
you
said
deserve
that.
love. So do you,
I'm,
brother Speak.
I'm
Go ahead,
glad you
Hope.
said that,
Go ahead,
bro.
go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, y'all.
And and I want to point out a prime example today, right? Just so happened when I went to go see one of my patients, because I had to get some blood work off of her and stuff. And she was on the phone because she's a foster mom. So she was on the phone with the social workers and stuff, and they just was coming at her any kind. I mean, they talked to her any kind of way, and it wasn't called for because she was respectful. I'm standing there listening to the whole thing, and she was very respectful about it. And then the woman just was kept talking over her and talking over her till the woman snapped and said, "You know what? Fuck it, then, bitch. I'm gonna hang up on you. I don't appreciate you fucking talking over me." And then hung her phone up because she was pissed. And but she started off respectful, but the woman was being disrespectful. So the woman, she was so upset, and she said, "Did you see this? You heard this? You heard this?" She said, "Can you please write a statement for me?" I said, "No." I said, "This is what I'm gonna do for you. I said, you need to go over her head. Let me give you the right resources of people to call. Let me give you the people to call to rectify this." When I asked her who her Congress was, she did not know. When I asked her who our governor is, she did not know. When I asked her who our senators are, she did not know. When I asked her who our House of Representatives are, she did not know. So I said, when she voted, did she know who she was voting for? Because she didn't know any of it. So I had to give her all. So I said, I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to give you all the information you need so you know the right people to contact and references this. I said, because you can contact your Congress, you can contact your House of Representatives, because that's what they're there for stuff like this, and bring awareness to them, because this is government funded programs. And if they're not doing right by you with these fundings, they have a right to know what's going on. Because she said they weren't even paying her, to take care of the little boy. I said, well, what they give you, honey? She said they only give us $75 a month for the little boy. I said, that's not right. That's not what they're supposed to give you. I said, and that's when I gave her when I got home, she gave me her phone number, and I gave her my number. And then when I got home, cause I had, I know this stuff, cause I'm on the precinct committee. So when I got home, I got to my stuff, and I sent her all the resources that she need, and I told her these are the people you contact, and you tell them what happened. I said, now if they need a written statement from me, let me know, and I'll contact them, and I'll email them um you know a written statement or what I witnessed. And it's bad because that just goes to show that our community lack in resources and truly don't know who to turn to when they in certain situations.
That's why it's good to have a support system. I don't just mean financially, but people that you can go to for advice.
Right.
Yeah, Hope, you're right about that. They don't really focus on like local politics and stuff. Like they don't tell us who to go to if, like, I had to find out that there was a rental assistance program because I got hit hard by COVID. I like blew through all my savings, and I had to, and I'm like, damn, I don't even know where to go to you know because they had like some type of program where like they would help you if you were like back a month or so like that. And I'm like, I don't even know where to go for that.
Oh yeah, you go to your Congress, and then you go to your governor website, and they'll tell you the different centers that's offering assistance and everything. You just gotta bring your proof of from your from your job that you've been laid off from the COVID and everything, you know, and then they go from there. And if you haven't received your unemployment or you didn't get a stimulus or anything, they'll even help you with that. And you also, because not only you talk to you go to the resource, like they have resource centers, you also talk to your Congress. Your Congress will even help you. That's what they're there for. Your
And you
Congress
can
and
go
your
to the
House of Representatives
ombudsman or inspector general. A lot of government programs have an inspector
programs.
general or an ombudsman that oversees for complaints or
Yep.
fraud, waste, and abuse.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wait, BMT, do you feel like it's harder or easier now though with like all this technology that's out? And you too, Hope, like with parenting and raising kids, do you feel like it's
easier to me because when if you stem back to my generation, I don't know how old you are. I'm in my 40s. So when you stem back to my generations and from when my kids back in the 90s, you had to hunt for stuff. You didn't have, remember, computers was just born in the 90s. Computers was just born. Matter of fact, computers was born like in the late 80s, but it didn't start expanding more until like the 90s. And like you couldn't just go on there and Google stuff and find out anything. You had to go ask questions. And like even for me to for my career I'm a pathologist assistant slash biometric examiner. Even to find out how to get into the where to go to school at for that particular career, I had to ask questions. So I started talking to people. And sadly to say, our people, black folks, didn't help me much. I talked to the white folks, they gave me all the information I needed and then some. Then when I go to the schools, I talked to more colleges and everything, and that's how I found out more information and more about everything that I know now. Now you can just go on the computer and Google stuff, and there's your information right there.
yeah, I get that. But I'm saying like, do you feel like the kids growing up without having all the technology that they like, decades back, do you feel like they had a better quality of like being kids, like knowing the community and stuff and things like that?
Yes, because if you think about it, the kids today is too glued to the electronics. Where when we was growing up, we played outside. We knew our neighbors. Our neighbors knew who we are, and no kid in the neighborhood ever went hungry. If the neighbors helped raise you right along with your parents. Like if you have single moms out here, the neighbors help raise your kids in the
Yeah,
neighborhood in your
that's what they
hood.
say. It takes a village to raise a child.
And yep. But what I'm saying to you, like if they see a single mother struggling, guess what? The neighborhood made sure that child ate. No child ever went hungry in my hood. If a mother couldn't feed that child, guess what? That child was able to go to that friend house. Somebody in the neighborhood will make sure that child eat. Or if that child didn't have any clothes, like my mom, she was on welfare. She couldn't afford certain stuff. So the kids in the neighborhood who parents was on Section 8, so they was able to have money in their pockets, or who parents sold dope that had to find the stuff, things that they didn't wear anymore. They passed them on to me. They gave them to me. They gave me their old clothes and stuff. So that's how I was able to have decent in style clothes and everything. You know. And then like my aunt and my grandmother, they tried, but by the time they bought the latest fashion, it was already old. Something else then came out. I'm just saying to somebody that been there and done that shit. I've been through it. And I mean, as far as my living arrangement, shoot, let me tell you, it's still in the hood. The building is still in the hood. But because they had air conditioning and a shower in there, I thought that was gold. I thought it was gold, but we're still in the hood. But I thought buildings across the street from my buildings was gold because they had the showers. You could get in the shower and stuff, and you had the air conditioning and everything, and was able to sleep comfortable. Where in my building, I was in a ran down building ran by Jews, drug infested, roach infested, mice infested, rat infested, all of it. I ain't even have a shower. We just had like a little ass tub. I ain't have a shower. and no AC, then in order for me to stay cool, you had to have a fan. And you had to put the fan in the window so I can get some air.
Look,
And
hope,
it
hope you
was
don't gotta tell me. I remember growing up, and we had when the gas would get cut off, we had like them what they call them, like a floor heater, a space heater, and
yeah,
if you hooked up more than 3 of them, the whole fuse would blow.
man.
We used to use
Don't
our
even
oven
get
for heat.
started there.
Oh yeah, the oven too. Yeah, John, the oven too.
Yep, all of it, man. So we had the gas heater, the one you had to lit up and put the like the match in the little hole so the
Yep.
heater could come on.
We used to have that big kerosene heater.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
in
the
the
kerosene
basement,
heater.
and then in the basement, then it go up through the vents.
And mine, it was in my bed. It was in our bedroom. It was like the
Yeah.
Lord. You had to
It's
let it
like a
up and
floor model. Yep.
you know what I'm talking about. The one you lit it up and you put it through the hole so the heat
Yep.
can blast up inside of there,
Oh yeah,
and then
yeah.
the heater be on and stuff. That's what I grew up on. And I mean, even down to when our refrigerator went up, my mom didn't know. You go look at how you feel. You going there looking at his maggots in your fucking refrigerator. That's what I grew up in.
But that's what I'm
And
saying.
it was
Like,
grand.
if it's a lot of love in the house, not saying that love is everything. Like, if you love your kids but they starving, that's not enough. But like, because people always, because what BMT was saying about like the money, it's a lot of people who grew up really rich and they be like addicted to like hardcore drugs and stuff because they don't feel like they
Right.
was really loved. They feel like they was just like a symbol of like legacy or something, but like they don't
Yep.
really feel like they got love. And I feel like I know more poor people or people who grew up in the hood that they are more like happy, or at least they happy with a little bit. And so they don't, a lot of stuff that people look at as problems, they're like, nah, this is, even playing in the street with like a hose, shit
Yep.
like that.
Well, me
Yeah.
in my case, I didn't feel any type of love like that, because again, my mom was alcoholic, so she was out all the time. It was just mostly me fending for myself, not alone, between if it wasn't her, it was her friends stealing my money, stealing my jewelry that my father would buy me, and money that my father would give me. It was like I couldn't have anything. That's
We
the
used to have
kind of life I
kick the
grew up
can
in.
and stick ball.
And like as far as having
Wall
and
ball.
friends wise, the neighborhood, it didn't I was somebody that got bullied. And when people that look like you treat you like you scum on the bottom of their shoe, that could fuck somebody mentally up. And it did for a while. I almost tried to kill myself. I almost committed suicide. I had to go to counseling and shit.
Yeah, I think, like you said, with the so many, like the rich kids, it kind of like their parents have them not because they wanted them or wanted to love them. It's more like an obligation, and and so yeah, they end up drugs, alcoholic, and I remember there was one white guy that I knew. Um, his father really didn't interact with him, but it was his mother, and any decision he made, the mother made for him. So he really you know as long as she was there, he was functional. One of the best workers one of the best coworkers I had. But when his mother died, that was it. He couldn't do anything. He didn't know how to react. He didn't know how to do anything. And he got money. I mean, his family got land. I have a bunch of land, but he was so out of it that he didn't even want to deal with it. His dad, he didn't pay attention to him much, but his dad, his uncle would try to teach him about, the property and how to manage the money in that. And he just didn't want to do it because, like I said, his mother wasn't, when his mother left, he passed away, he just couldn't function. he had to retire early, so he didn't get his full pension when he retired. So yeah, it's crazy. Money doesn't guarantee that you're gonna have a better life. It's the people
No,
around you, and so
Yep.
Yeah.
Money can't buy
that's it.
happiness.
It sure can.
Bro, speak. Would you rather because you said you don't have kids either. Would you rather them grow up like, let's say, like 10, 20 years ago, or grow up now?
10, 20 years ago by far. this this what we have out here now, man. I wouldn't wish anybody to have any children right now. It's just
Oh,
too much.
hell no.
It's
I
just
agree.
it's too much out here. I feel sorry for anybody who's raising kids right now. It's just way too much stuff that you can't even control. There's so many ways that the kids can be influenced that you have no control over.
Agree.
You could take out the TV, you could take out the radio, but they still got to go to school.
Yup.
They still got to be around certain people who don't believe in the same values that you do.
That's true.
So at least 20 years, 30 years ago, you still had, even if the parents weren't on point, you had a grandmother, you had a grandfather, you had other people in the neighborhood. You don't have that no more.
Nope.
People are like, if you try to even talk to someone's kid, they gonna get on your ass. I mean, I remember I was a teacher, trained to be a teacher one time, and this girl was failing, and the mother came up here. She's getting on us like, why is she failing? Y'all ain't doing it? You picking on a child. And we had to go. They took her to her locker and all the homework, because she would do well on the test. She was straight A, but she was failing because she never did her homework. Took her to the locker, all the homework in the locker, never touched. And you know what did the mother apologize? No, she didn't say anything. So when you have where some parents, you got a lot more parents who are not trying to be parents, and they're working, they're not there, and the kids are just going they're going to shit because they're trying to figure it out on their own. They don't have no guidance, and if you do try to kind of step in, people gonna look at you funny, and so yeah. Yeah, 10, 20, 30 years ago, yeah, it is probably the better time than now. So.
That's real. What you just said. I agree. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier. The kids in the neighborhood, no kid went hungry in the neighborhood. None.
What's up, y'all?
And if you was out there doing something you ain't had no business doing, the neighbors spank your ass, and by the time you got to the house, you got another ass whooping.
Good evening, Mike.
What's going on, y'all? Everybody need to have a kid right now. Nah, but can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. No. The other thing I maybe call in. Y'all have a good show. Don't you think that the people who should be having kids, the intelligent people, the people that plan good and who are trying to, have a good life and all this kind of stuff, they're not having kids. But the people who
That's
just
true.
ratchet out there ain't doing right, they running around over the place, they having them kids. And then what's going to end up happening? What's end up happening is it's hard to, you're getting these crazy deranged folks because the people who are trying to be responsible, they're not being responsible as far, they actually think being responsible is not having children.
That's sad. And you know, that's honestly the honest to God
You're
truth.
actually,
You say
you're causing, yeah, it's not a smart thing if you're looking at it from a different level, you know what I'm saying? Because every 10 years you got a new batch of kids that can reach a maturity, and you know, the situation, it gets worse and worse and worse because the so-called responsible folks ain't having no children. So,
But
And you
children
know
are
what's
your
so-
legacy.
That's not family,
You know,
you know, that's-
children are your
That's true.
legacy.
yeah, you gotta
But you
have
know
those
what's
kids,
crazy?
and that's why I said, like, go ahead.
I said, but what's crazy? It's crazy you say that, right? Because it is the ratchet ones that have the children that then expect everybody, but then expect people look for handouts and expect somebody and think somebody owe their ass something. And I'm like, didn't nobody tell you open your fucking legs? Why the hell should
Right,
we
but they
keep
end
paying
up getting those
taxes and
handouts.
shit? And because they
get
listen
them
to the
handouts.
government. Because they listen to the government. And it starts, and that starts back in my generation. Because I'm in my 40s. It started in my generation. Because if you think about it, our grandparents worked. And our parent and it started with my parents, with my mom, you know, where they was telling women that long as it's not a man in the house, we'll take care of you, and the more babies you have, the more money we'll give you, the more food stamps we'll give you, and moving the fathers out of the home. And then they got, after they did all that and started moving the fathers out of home, after Bill Clinton and Biden put that prison reform bill in place, oppressing the black men, having them go to jail for sentences that didn't fit the crime. Then the next step was, let's take the discipline out of the home. Let's take the discipline out of the schools, because that's when they started
Yeah, that's the biggest
started
thing.
saying that if you hit your kids, you was going to jail
Yep.
for disciplining your fucking kids. That
Yeah,
started in
I
my
don't-
generation.
Yeah, where everything is considered abuse. Yeah, but it's also jobs. It was a lot going on. Like, you know, you had the World War, then you had civil rights movement, then you had the factory jobs and automotive jobs leaving, which a lot of men couldn't, you know, feed their families no more, which led to abuse. And I don't blame a lot of women going through abuse to like get out. Like, you know, if I'm getting, you know, beat up and the government's like, here, I'll help you out. I can't blame, you know, women that said, damn, I don't want to do this no more, and I'm going, you know, run away. So it was a lot of shit going on.
But you know what? But it wasn't. But that wasn't even always the case, though. Some women would just having fucking babies and still had their boyfriend staying in the house.
Yeah, that's true.
And this is what they was doing. It got to the place that they had to, like, when they had inspections, when you on Section 8 and on public housing,
They had inspections.
when they did
Dang,
inspections,
man, that's crazy.
you
Yep.
you remember how you had to hide the man clothes?
No,
You
it's
had to
still
hide
like
the
that.
man clothes. The shit.
Yeah, Miss Hope, it's still like that. I had a coworker
Damn.
who was trying to get she actually eventually got it, and she you can't be with the father of your children on Section 8, because then it's looked at as you don't need assistance.
Exactly.
Kind of how you were saying, where you had to get government benefits, you had to do the whole child support thing. So yeah,
Right.
she's going through that too.
But don't
And
you see
here it
that
is.
was
This
like
is
a
like
long-term
over
little
20
plan?
years later. Go ahead, Mike.
But no, don't you see how that was like a 40-year plan? That was literally a 40-year plan for our community. And a lot of times we're seeing pieces and bits of it from different angles of our life. But actually, this was like a literal plan out. It's not just for our community, but this was for America. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
This
they
was
don't.
a literal social engineering, because we're seeing it from different aspects of our experience. But if you if you look at it from top down and you look at how these pieces interlock and interconnect, they're verifying. They're like you said, they're having inspections verifying that that man is out of the house. So that's letting you know like that was somebody's objective. You see what I'm saying? And then like, you know, the assistance to one side of the community of female, mostly educational assistance and all this type of assistance, but you kind of neglecting the male side of the coin. So you create in these females that are more educated. They're more just rational because they got all this more intelligence, and then you got this whole group of dudes who they trying to figure it out. They committing crimes to try to get some money, and you keep creating this imbalance. And you know that's what we're seeing. We're living in that. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, and then like you said, the little companies move.
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Did he freeze up?
Yeah.
Did he freeze up?
Yeah, I think he froze up.
Yeah, he's driving,
But
so his connection's probably messed up.
yeah, but
I think your thing's froze.
yeah, but yeah, it like he was saying, it got to the point where the guys are following, they're forced to follow their base desires, which is fight, fuck, and you know, they're in survival mode. Meanwhile, the women, unfortunately, because they're not so dependent on a man to survive now, they're allowed to follow their own base desires without an impunity. Like you said, one of them just having babies just to be having babies. They're having sex willy nilly because they know they have a fallback.
Right.
They can get housing. They can get all this different stuff. So and it's causing this kind of war between both sides. But the thing of it is, the war, everybody want to blame each other for it, but we're not looking at the bigger picture. That there were a lot of things that were going against both sides that caused it the way it is right now.
My thing is, this is another thing that I have an issue with child support, where I feel they double standard at a little bit. How come a man can't get child support for his daughter, for his kids, but when the mother is absent, but the mother can get child support when the father is absent, or matter of fact, per se, the father is in the child's life or trying to be in the child's life, but a female being bitter, not letting him be a father and stuff. And and even when she decided to get the child to the father, and if it's a father that's doing for the child, I don't feel that they should have to pay child support if he's already providing for that child when he get that child, when he picked the child up, and he buying her school clothes, he buying whatever that's needed and giving the mom whatever the child needs. I don't think that they should be on child support.
Yeah, but that goes
how do you feel like that?
That goes to what you and Mike were talking about with the whole jobs and the welfare state and all that. You know, I realize for America to function, the way they want it to function, they need a certain group of people to be like low wage workers. They need a certain group of people that they can make money off of, that's doing a large chunk of the labor. And I think that's why a lot of the factory jobs and, you know, the welfare state and all that shit happened, because people were starting to be comfortable. Like, a lot of people could work in the military, get a decent loan, you know, get a crib. Like my one of my friend David, his grand, he was telling me that her and her husband bought their house for $3,000. That it was in like the 40s or the 50s. And I don't mean like a little rinky dink. I mean like a 5-bedroom brick house in Ohio. This was in what's the name of that town? Not Wheeling. No, that's West Virginia.
Akron?
Damn. Not Akron. Closer to like Pittsburgh, like closer to East Ohio.
Cincinnati,
Nah, smaller than that. Smaller than that.
Cleveland,
Nah.
Dalton,
Damn, what the hell was?
Canton.
Where's
Dalton,
Wilberforce? Where's Wilberforce? I think it's near Wilberforce.
Shit.
Oh, Youngstown.
Youngstown.
It was when Youngstown was nice though, because I know Youngstown. It ain't But he was telling me, he was like, yeah, they bought their crib for only $3,000, and now that same house is worth, I don't know, at least 175,
100,000 now.
yeah, something like that. And so it's crazy. Like, you could kind of get comfortable, and now it's kind of like they're trying to attack. You look at Uber, you look at DoorDash, and all these things. They're trying to like drain the middle class or the bottom middle class pockets.
And that's the sad truth there. And then, I feel like, they try to kick out people in our community down. And it's me growing up in it, and then witnessing it. I'm like, damn. Gotta cut these people a break. And then this whole COVID thing and want to vaccinate and all this stuff. Another form of keeping the lower class communities down. And they feed them mamma jamma. Don't tell them the resources that they need to get ahead or nothing. It's sad. And then when I'm seeing a lot of these women as selfish as shit, and men is actually taking care of their kids. I said, what about the single fathers? Why they can't get no damn help? But y'all quick to help women. What about these single fathers that is taking care of their kids when the mothers is absent? I've witnessed that. I know I have a few male friends that take care of their kids, and the mothers ain't nowhere to be found.
It's the same way with abortion. Fathers don't have no right to say nothing about a woman having an abortion when they go in.
That's wrong.
Even if the man wants to keep the child, says he'll raise the child, it don't matter.
Yeah, and I think that's wrong. If a father gotta be forced to be, if a father gotta pay to be a father, be forced to be a father, I think mothers should be forced too. I don't believe in you already know my stance on abortion. I don't believe in it. I've been speaking on it before Trump, and I've been speaking on a lot of things before Trump. I've been an activist for a long time and a speaker for a long time and a voice out here. I was always looked at as if I was crazy because I spoke against the lies and I spoke against abortions and stuff. Because back then abortions, that was a scam ticket.
You know what?
That was a ticket to scamming. That was a ticket to scamming. Cause I remember a lot of I was friends with a couple girls. They used to lie, say they were pregnant to get the guys to give them money. Abortions back then it was like $300, $400, $500, depends on your term. Excuse me, how many weeks you was. So I knew a lot of females that used to lie to the dope dealers and say that they was pregnant, and then so just so he can give them the money, and then guess what? Never pregnant from the get go. They got the money and they went shopping and did whatever the fuck they wanted to do. It was a scam meal back then. When I was young, huh?
Yeah, but those abortion things, like I said, that was part of the whole, control certain groups, population type situation too.
Mike,
the black communities. Because if you look,
genocide.
If you look in where do you see most of Planned Parenthood at? You see them in the black communities and the Hispanic communities. You do not see no fucking Planned Parenthood in the white communities. So when these white liberals get out here and run their mouth talking about we support Planned Parenthood, we pro-choice, and you know what I used to tell them? I said, then put the motherfucking building in your damn community. Get them the fuck out of my community. Why you want to kill people that look like me off? Why you
Well,
want to
look,
kill
Hope,
babies that look like me?
that's the same thing with corner stores instead of just putting an actual grocery store in the hood.
Right.
They'll put 95 corner stores before you ever see a dang grocery store.
Ain't that the
Yep.
truth? Put all these liquor
Mhm.
stores and shit. Every
And I
fucking corner you
remember,
go on is a liquor store.
and I remember like growing up as a kid. I remember like like the sodas and stuff. And then like
Mhm.
the sodas coming out now got like 100 grams. I'm like, how is that even legal? You might as well just give someone a pack of sugar, and then the kids be
Yeah.
extra hype and shit,
Yep.
and then it just leads to all types of stuff. But I'm that's just crazy. I'm like, how? Why we might as well? Why are we paying taxes for the FDA if they going let all that stuff happen? But then we wonder why is diabetes and all that rampant because
Yeah.
they going to the corner store. But Mike, I'm to ask you, because I know you're a dad. Do you feel
Mhm.
do you feel? I don't know how to ask the question because it's gonna sound weird. Like you want to go back in time, but like, do you feel like kids are better growing up now or like 3 decades ago?
I say now. Our kids are better growing up now. But the thing is, it's the same, really, kind of. If you think about it, it's actually the same.
It's actually the
Because-
same.
Yeah, it's actually the same because it always depends on the knowledge of your parent.
Yep.
It really always depends on the knowledge of your parent. This is the reason why I tell people, if you're a responsible person, if you halfway responsible, just halfway. I mean, you ain't even got to be all the right. You know what I'm saying? People, if you even had a thought like, man, I ain't ready for no kids right now. That means for you to even think that means you're being responsible with your time. That means you're actually more equipped to have a child than a lot of the folks that's out here having children, because there's a lot of people out here having children. Dang.
For the
I done got
wrong
pregnant.
reason.
Yeah. They just know, they ain't even thinking. They just, damn, oh shit. I mean, it's like DMX. I don't know if y'all seen that. If y'all get a chance, go look at that Drink Champs DMX little interview. That's kind of deep. DMX is like the typical 90s dude, criminal type mindset that's out here. You know what I'm saying? They young, they're not thinking about the future. They're doing all this crazy stuff. They're making about 30 kids, 50, 40, 80 kids. And then later on they get smacked in the head, with life. And now they're trying to be good or whatever, halfway good. So, that's my point. Like the people who actually are a little bit more responsible. I mean, of course, you're not supposed to just have kids willy-nilly, but if you got a little plan for your life, that means you're good at planning. You should have a couple kids, and you should have more than one. You should have at least two, because they should grow up together. But yeah, because it's always about the parent. If that parent can plan and they're gonna set their kids up for more success. No matter what the environment is, it don't matter kind of what the environment is. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be opportunities somewhere, and a decent parent is going to see the opportunities, and they're going to put their family in position to take advantage of it. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah,
And,
but you
you
don't
know,
think
me
the culture
speaking
was
that-
better, Mike?
Well, the culture is the culture. The culture, to me, this is what culture means to me. See, there's always there's always some kind of pressure trying to kill everybody. It's always something out here that's dangerous. I mean, I don't
Right.
care what time zone you in. There's something out there that's going to kill you. Either there's murderers out there, there are rapists out there, there's drugs, there's, anything. It's all kind of crap. It's always something like that.
Or just pure
Mhm.
jealousy.
Exactly, anything. It's always something. And the culture, it is the defense. It's like, okay, what are we going to do to defend ourselves against whatever is dangerous out there? Okay, and then from that you create some kind of culture. It's just like mayonnaise sandwiches. It's just like syrup sandwiches. It's like, okay, we were starving, so this is what we did. Damn, you did the same thing, and then
Mhm.
you put that in the song, and then that's your culture. So that's what I mean. Like the culture is it's going to keep changing based on whatever's happening. And so the culture is, to me, there was always something dangerous out there. That's what I mean by earlier. It depends on those parents, because right now, I don't care what we see out there. A kid that's being born right now with good parents, this is the good times for them. This is the good old days for them. You see what I'm saying? But if the kid that has bad parents or whoever, this is a horrible time for them. But when they grow up, they're gonna remember it. So
Oh yeah.
So whatever we see, it don't matter what we see. What we're thinking, because back then when I was a kid, my mama and my daddy, they was arguing. So there was problems. They were sitting up here cheating on each other and fighting in the house, throwing phones at each other and stuff. But guess what? That was the good old days for me. You see what I'm saying? So it like the stuff that we think is not in the kid's mind. The kid it's about survival. And then,
Big time.
and then they grow into whatever they gotta do once they get of age. Then they
Yep.
start remembering. Mm-hmm. So
True. But to Hope's point, though, I do feel like people were like less selfish. Like people would,
That's true.
Like people would take, like Hope's point, like people would take, people in and, like feed people around them or like look out. Like we walk into school, like, we would have old heads, like watch us walk to school and make sure like if they seen something like that didn't seem right, like they would call the cops or they would like go
that's true.
see what it
That's
was.
true.
And now I do feel like it's way more like everyone's just doing their own thing.
That's true. You're right. But
That's
at
why
the
I
same
said-
time, go ahead.
That's why I don't feel like this year these kids today don't have a chance, to be honest with me, to be honest here. I think because it goes back to what I was saying earlier. The neighborhoods you could leave your door open. You ain't got to worry about somebody going in your shit and stealing or anything. You can leave your windows open. You can leave your doors unlocked. And, back then, like in our parents' time, they would keep the neighborhood clean. They would sweep the sidewalks and shit and clean the steps off and everything. And,
Right.
And when you had a block party, when they used to have a block party, the little cookouts and shit, everybody had a nice time. Everybody had a good time. You ain't had to worry about no shootings or nothing back then when I was coming up. But now these kids can't even play outside good without a bullet.
That's true.
ricocheting and
You're right. You're right. You sure is right. As I told my kids, let me tell you what I told my children, because I told them how they're spoiled. Because they spoiled. But because like before, like me and my cousin, we grew up in Detroit. And it was shootings and stuff, but it's like you said, but we used to go to the park all by ourselves. But that's nothing. That's normal, right? We used to go to your mama used to give you $10. Go to the store, get me this, right? Go to the store, get me this. The store was like 8 blocks away or whatever, the grocery store or something. And you had to go down there and get the stuff. And you'd be meeting your friends and talking to them and whatever. And I used to have 2 paper routes. I used to have my job. I used to go deliver my little papers. Everybody on those blocks knew me. I had little bullies try to rob me and stuff. And the people from the neighborhood came out there and saved me a couple times. You know what I'm saying? But, at the same time, though, nowadays, my kids, even when you go to the park, there's no kids at the park by themselves. Everybody's parent is there. Everybody's parents there with them.
Yep.
And my kids done grew up with us going to the park with them. Bottom line, they can't even think by themselves. So like now my kids are like 12 and like 14 and 15. I'm like, y'all need to start going places. They sitting up in the house. I'm like, nah, you gotta go somewhere. Figure it out.
But I pulled my my
Speaking of
kids,
going, I'm gonna go because my battery's gonna die. I'll be in the chat. I'll be in the chat room.
All right, John.
Yeah, my battery's gonna
John,
die.
I wanted to ask you about how it was for you.
What was growing up?
Yeah, like was it similar?
Yeah, my dad was in the military, so I traveled all over the world, and I had all kinds, constantly having to adapt because every place we moved was a different environment. I mean, overseas, different places in the United States.
What decade
So,
do you feel like was the best?
well, actually, for me personally, right now, I mean, I'm with the woman I care about, and we've been together 27 years. And
That's what's
when I
up.
was growing up, I was like off the chain. I was trying to do too much.
Yeah, that's deep. See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
it's not just
All
one
right, I'll
time.
see
It's just like,
you
okay.
guys.
All
I'll be in
right,
the chat
bro.
room.
Yeah, I think it's just depends on, like, my kids probably would be more, I guess, sort of like John, because he was traveling all over the place, and kind of how I am. Our family travels all over the dang on country. Detroit, Atlanta, Arizona, California. We got we done lived in different states all over the place, and so it's like
Same
my
here.
kids probably, yeah, when they grow up, they're gonna be talking whatever they experience is about. So people grow up differently. I think, but at the same time, I'm looking at my sister's children. They kind of grew up. They growing up the way we grew up, like my mom, because they still in Detroit, but at the same time, they coming out. They're like my oldest nephew. He done got his truck driver's license, and he doing pretty decent. And me, you know, so
That's what's
people
up.
people just adapt. They do what they got to do to survive, and that's what I mean. Like, sometimes because we start learning more about what's going on, we start saying how bad it is, and it is bad. But at the same time, we're in the phase where we're looking and thinking differently than we was when we was 20 and 25 or
Hmm.
whatever. You see what I'm saying? So we're like, kind of looking at stuff differently. So, you know,
See, when I was in my 20s, my mindset was to do better and to get my kids out of the hood. That was my
hmm
mindset. So, because and I'm gonna tell you how I reached to that point. I got tired of seeing people dying around me, and
hmm
especially at a young age. And my mindset mainly because I looked at my son. I said, I got a boy. I gotta save my son from this shit. I can't
mm
allow my son to grow up in this and then the streets get my son. I was scared of the streets getting my son. So it made me want to do better. It made me want to go to further my education and go to school and get a rewarding career where I could pull my kids out of that environment and stuff. It made me, especially when I had cousins that only lived to see 25 years old. Two of my cousins in that same year got killed, and both of them was only 25 years old. We was 20, well, all of us, we was 25. And then, a homeboy, my ex-boyfriend, everything, they all got killed. My boyfriend got killed. And it's like, I said, no, I can't do this. And then I looked at my son. I said, I can't let my son grow up in this. And what broke the straw that broke the camel's back is when I seen a 12-year-old boy out there selling weed. He tried to cop it to me. And I said, come here. I yanked this little ass. I said, what the fuck you doing out here? Why you ain't in school? I make this money. I said, you better be careful. What if I was a undercover cop? Well, you don't look like. I said, that ain't the point. You better be careful. Why you ain't in school? You know what he told me? He had to make this money so he can make sure his younger siblings eat because mom was on drugs.
Hmm.
See,
And he'd be like, he
see,
had to make sure his little, siblings eat and shit. That's
exactly.
sad. And
Yep,
then
Yeah,
I
and
and
it's
said,
that's
sad that you have to leave. And that's the thing too. To me, it's sad that like the hood is the housing. I mean, the infrastructure is there. It could be there, but it's like sad that you even have to move out of your home. That's my thing. Like other communities, they don't have to leave their environment to be productive and safe.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like it's a movement. That's what I mean by this 4-year plan. It's really like a 60-year plan. A little bit. If you start looking at it, analyzing everybody's story from different parts of the country, you can analyze people's story that's from the West Coast. You can analyze people's story from the East Coast, from North and South. You'll start seeing like a pattern, especially when it comes to our community.
Yes, sir.
That's how you know, because we don't really own. We did own our community, but if you look at the last time we actually owned our community, it was the point in time when we was really trying to integrate. And once we, because we thought at that time, we thought like, oh, we got the worst of everything, because we always look down on ourselves. We're always thinking like, oh, we always coming from this mindset like we're worse or something. So that's that low self-esteem stuff. And so,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, but that's the bottom line. It's like, okay, you're trying to go after you're trying to chase this little fantasy idea of what is called equality or something, integration or something like that. And just somebody else sees like, okay, well, you don't see what you got. Well, we'll own that. We'll take that from you. And by the time it got to our generation, us 40-year-old somethings, our stuff, we was like in, Iraq somewhere. We was in the leftovers because our stuff, we didn't own where we lived, and we didn't control nothing. We ain't had no, other communities, they have their own hospitals and they have this stuff that they can go have fun. And we the stuff that we did to have fun was dangerous. I used to go jump on people's bridges. We used to sneak, do stupid stuff just to have fun. It was fun.
Yeah, but
me and my friends.
Hose water is delicious.
Oh my goodness! Remember we used to put the fire hydrant on and play in the fire hydrant.
Yeah.
Cut it on and get wet and shit.
Exactly. That stuff was fun. That's the kind of stuff. But then they start making it illegal for us to do stuff like that. And
I'm gonna one day have a talk about people talking about why integration was so bad, because I don't understand the talking points of when integration was so bad, because I hear these talking points about integration so bad. I'm probably gonna talk about it another time, because I keep hearing that well integration was the worst thing that happened to black people, and I'm like, then why are you here? Then
well, to be fair,
why you
to
here?
be fair,
why you in America?
Well, to be fair. But listen, let's try to be fair. The only thing we're saying, like with the integration thing, and if we approach that topic, there's good and bad. If we want to be actually fair, because the thing is, people got to see like there was some good things that black folks had prior to integration, but it was bad. That's why they wanted integration. You see what I'm saying? So we can't pretend like it was all roses, but we can't pretend like, we can't pretend like, after effects of integration, everybody was all roses too. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I was saying. Like there was a little bit more control of your own businesses and all that kind of thing going on.
And I'm getting off, but you still have control of your businesses. Like I always hear, no, because who's stopping you from running a business now?
No. I mean, like I said, I try to be fair. I understand where you're going, BMT, with that. I know where you're going.
No, but
it's not fair. It's not the thing that we're talking about with the. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
I have more options. I think people, you know what? When I hear about when people complain about integration, that's saying you're mad, but I have more options where I don't have to deal with just you. I can choose who I want to deal with. That's when I hear integration.
This is my issue with as far as with our people. Our people need to learn. This is what, and I'm going to just put this out there. Our people need to learn our worth. We are worth. We need to learn our worth. We actually, if black people see their worth, they would know that we run this shit. Why you think every race out here, when they get in trouble, who the fuck they come to for backup? Everybody, and this is the thing that pissed me off the most. All these races out here talk shit about black folks. Oh, black folks is this and black folks is that, and we ghetto and we this and we that. But when y'all motherfucking asses need somebody to back your ass up, who the fuck y'all run to? Y'all run to us black folks. Who y'all making who y'all making money off us? Who communities y'all set up shop in? And make
Well,
money
like I
off
said,
us? And y'all
it's some
sending your
good and
motherfucking
bad.
kids to college.
Hold on. So wait. If there's no money, with mind you, like I said, when I hear like the talking about the talking points of integration, and like I said, I can do this talk tomorrow sometime.
Yeah,
But
you should do it because
Oh,
it's
I'll
good.
be there.
It'll be a good talk.
Like
Yeah,
I said,
it'll
But
be
do
a
you
good
get what
talk.
I'm saying though?
y'all
Do
talking
y'all
points
get what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
talking points are to me, these talking points are stupid. They're really stupid.
Well, I mean, it's if you look at it as fair, it's not. There can be stupid talking points. So I'm not saying that you're totally wrong, BMT, because I have heard stupid talking points. It's like roses with the integration thing, like it was, but because there was a reason why people wanted integration, right? Because they thought something. But
Yeah.
there are some drawbacks that happen, and that part is not stupid. And that's what
So
I'm
why
saying.
do people? Okay, so if that's
Yeah.
the case. Then why do people come to America to get benefit from America? That would mean they would have to integrate and use the system.
Exactly.
Well,
That
yeah.
makes no sense.
Well, see,
Everybody.
well, no.
bought
Listen,
into the American
listen,
system.
what happens?
So, but y'all,
What's-
I'm mainly hearing black people say, "Whoa, the worst thing ever happened with integration." When
No.
you really have laws that literally are rounded around you.
Okay. Well, if
What-
you look
what-
at this is
what
what I'm
amendment
looking.
is
This is
made-
what
what
I'm
amendment-
talking.
But what amendment is made after the Latino person?
What amendment? Okay. No, I don't know.
There is.
I think they use.
This is my issue. I don't like for people. I don't like for my for immigrants that come over here and that never lived in the hood or nothing, but speak on something that they never even experienced.
I
You
agree with
can't
that.
fucking speak for me, and I'm only saying this because people put certain YouTubers on a panel on a pedestal as if that person speak for one person, and I'm sitting here like, you don't even know what the fuck the struggle is. How you gonna speak on my struggle? And what I don't like is that these people are making money off the backs of our struggle. You understand what I'm saying to you? That shit pissed me off.
So what
And when
I
I
do,
called this person, and when I said this about this certain person, myself and my sister Kayla Truth, when we talked about this certain individual, you got people who put this person on the pedestal. Oh, that don't make y'all blacker than her because she blase blase. We not
y'all
saying
got
nothing
muted in
about
the
us
background.
being
Mute up.
blacker than. We not saying nothing about us being blacker than her. Our point is she don't know the motherfucking struggle. So how the hell can she speak on something that she never experienced? And yet she making money off of our struggle.
No, I agree with that one. Listen, at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern, I will do the talk on integration. I will do that. Listen, I'm not gonna be running it for like long hours. Y'all motherfuckers do that on y'all panel. I'm gonna start at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock p.m. This is not gonna be no roundabout. I don't want to hear y'all talk about some. Well, let me tell you a story. I don't want to hear your stories and all your shit.
But you know what?
Hey, we was like, oh man, he done went to sleep.
No, I didn't go to sleep. Listen, I gave y'all time, but y'all were being. If it's a cooperative panel, I don't mind stepping away. If it's a panel where there's a lot of arguing and fighting and all that stuff and just spouting dumb shit, I shut it down. And I'm like, okay, y'all do that on y'all.
Blame you.
You know what I'm saying? I got better things to do. So, like I said, if it ain't no attacking or disruption, I don't mind letting people talk and rap. Like some people are just, I'm too old. Some of us are getting too old for that shit. I don't have time for that. You know what I'm
I
saying? So,
agree.
like I said, my panels are starting to chill down, and actually, I'm actually trying to move into a better space in my life. Where so I'm going to do a talk tomorrow about integration because best
I feel
believe.
it, bro.
So they're going because you know what I'm saying. There are going to be some people from other parts of the world. They're coming. They're coming. Now
And
you
you
can
know what?
say,
And you know what, BLT? And you know what, bro? And
yeah,
I am a child of an immigrant. I am a child of an immigrant. My mother is from Jamaica. My father is the one who's American. And you
uh-huh.
know, and like when we talked about it the other day, I talked about how immigrants look out for each other and help other immigrants to beat the system. You know, my mom, she milked the fuck out of the government. I ain't gonna lie,
Right,
she did.
as
You
she should,
know,
as she
and
should.
then she was. Let me tell you, somebody put her down with this, right? Because my mom, she never became a citizen. She died with a green card. But somebody put her down with this though, because immigration was different back then. Somebody told her to have a baby with an American man.
Oh, so she
And
learned the
and
humble.
the only reason why I know that's what she did, I know that's what she did so she could stay here because I am a one night stand baby. I'm a one night stand baby.
Mm.
And you know, her and my father wasn't together. That was a one night stand. And she just happened to got lucky and got pregnant. You know? And you know, my father, like I said, my father is American, black American man, and my mom is the Jamaican and stuff. And you know, she had me, and boy was I her meal ticket. But she got air from welfare to the her Philippine doctor fabricated her information so she can get SSI and every goddamn thing. I'm just saying, you know, I
But
I I I'm
no, I get
speaking
you.
as somebody
You know,
that's
I want
seen
you to
it
be there for
and
that
that
talk.
saw somebody milk that shit.
No, no,
Huh?
no. Hope. I want you to be there for that talk, Hope. But like I said, other people they have no problem integrating, getting what they need out of the system for their benefits. So if what was so hot and spicy, like I said, you don't have to participate with the system, but you don't. But if you don't participate, yo, you get what you get after that. Hey,
Well,
if you
But
it
I'm
ain't
a,
that
I'm gonna make I'm a,
immigration.
I think I'll do
do
a
your talk,
little 20-minute talk, my little 20-minute talk on my little channel on
I,
it
I know you
because
were going to do that. I know you will do a
yeah,
20 minute.
because actually the points I'll just put my talking points on my little 20-minute thing. But one of the main points that I
That'll
say
work. Oh, you went to a
is
party.
other
All
communities
right,
don't
you safe,
actually
baby. Here.
integrate like we did.
I love you.
Shit.
No, they don't actually integrate like we did.
You
We thought
lie.
we were literally white Americans. We
Okay.
don't want to be a different like Chinatown. You got Indian. If they come over, they're Indians, but they have their own neighborhoods. They
Why
everybody
do
kind
you think
kind of
why do y'all keep thinking that Chinese Americans do not participate or integrate with American
no
society?
no.
Who
So
told you?
they
Who told you
don't
that?
integrate like. Listen, what I mean, and that's why that's the best way I can say it. Because
But
what
you
I'm
don't
really
know because
getting
you're
at,
not in
they
that
don't.
community.
No. I've all my life I've been in different parts of their community. I've seen them. I've talked to them. I've had
Speak loud.
friends with them.
Speak
No,
loud.
you hear me? No,
Speak.
no.
Yeah,
Listen
no,
to what I'm
no, no,
saying.
no, no, no. I
I
just
don't
told
have
you.
to know their language. I
Okay.
know I've had many friends throughout my life from Korean, from Laotian, from Cambodian, and then
Mhm.
that's in Atlanta. I know where they live. I'm just saying I've observed them. I've observed them, and I have
Right.
nothing against them. They're friends. They're cool people. They're good people. But it's not even just them. It's even like
Like I
you
said,
said, the Indian
people,
type from East Indians. They don't
people always.
integrate the way we tried to integrate. That's what I mean.
Okay.
They're taking advantage of the system, but the way we tried to integrate, they don't do that. That's
Okay.
what I'm talking about.
Now the thing about it, because I'm always hearing, it's just like when black people think that they know what goes on in the white community, and then when I put a white person on, and then they're like, "Where the fuck do y'all hear these mythological dragons and shit?" Because they'll tell you something, they'll be like, "That's why I love talking to Trailer, because Trailer be saying some shit that be like, wait, what?" And this is why, like, but
This
but
is, I
literally,
could tell you one fact.
And I live in
I can tell you a
in
fact.
a white community, so I know what goes on here.
so it'd be
I
like
can
this
tell you
going
one
around saying,
fact
well, the white
about,
men
let me
is
just
saving
take
white
the Asian
women,
community.
and I'd be like, shit, not the white men I be knowing, but they damn sure don't be running out there slaying no damn dragon. Those motherfuckers be doing the exact opposite. They'll sit there like, again, you know what? It's like, I tell y'all, y'all sometimes some of y'all people be so happy. Y'all be promoting other
Norcross,
people.
Georgia.
Y'all
You go
be
up there.
promoting other people for free. Like they're so high and mighty. It's like, well, the black community is poor. Then why the fuck everybody keeps setting up shop in the black community? Who sets up shop
Exactly.
in the poor area, but they making fucking millions of dollars? That means it can't be poor. You're not marketing properly. You're not doing proper
Okay.
marketing.
Yeah.
Isn't that
That's
what the
fine.
fuck I
Yeah.
just said up here and said?
You did say that.
Well, yeah, that's true.
You did
Isn't
say
that
that.
what I just up here and said?
You did say that.
Mhm.
So, like I said,
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna go
true.
ahead. I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah.
and do
That's
that.
a good
I'm gonna
talk.
go ahead and do that talk. I know Mike gonna
Mhm.
do it. Now I said Sunday at 12. Sunday at 12. Like I said,
Mhm.
because again, I guess if y'all feel so bad about integration, one of y'all first things that y'all need to go do is deintegrate your ass off of YouTube. Get off the white man server. That's the first thing I want to help you liberate. Get off of his server. He's so bad. Get off of his server. Like I said, but you ain't gonna do that. But
But
like I said,
you know what? And me and my daughter me and my daughter was talking when we was on Mo's panel the other day, right? We put a secret out there. Real black Americans is not poor. Matter of fact, they don't even live in the hood. If you notice, who live in the hood is non-black Americans. It's like what I mean by that is immigrants that live in the hood. That they the ones that live there. Cause I got a prime example. I said my mom is an immigrant, and guess where she was at? In the hood.
right.
Black folks knows how to work and make money because that's what we was trained when and during slavery time. We worked for our shit.
Right.
Martin Luther King, if you think about back then with Martin Luther King and all them, they wasn't looking for no motherfucking handouts and shit. Back then, our black men was working at Bethlehem Steel, if in Maryland and in other states, they worked in a lot of the pipeline
Jobs.
jobs and shit, right? And our black men knew how to provide for our family, and they damn sure ain't had their family in no doped up neighborhood. They worked and they drove their fancy cars and every motherfucking thing. Black Americans, the ones that's poor as fuck, is the immigrant blacks, like the ones from and mostly it's not even the Africans. A lot of the Africans, they come over here, they stick their nose down on every motherfucking body. It's a lot of the Caribbean blacks that is poor as fuck, that's in those neighborhoods, that's in the community.
No, that's true. Like I said, that's true. And looking at that, and again, like I said, I'm gonna do the talk 12. I'm gonna do the talk at 12. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can bring y'all statistics and everything.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I probably won't be able to jump on for later because I'll be at work still.
That's fine.
But
Like I said,
I'll jump in later.
I just find, like I said, it just, hey, we know we're dealing with some people who are separatists and all that good shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So we're going to definitely have the conversation about the integration. Hey, well, as bad as Texas is right now, a lot of y'all, if y'all so bad, if it's so bad, y'all should probably be stopping integration right now. But you won't. There's plenty of open land out there. There's plenty of open land in the middle in doggone Missouri, Arizona.
It's open land almost everywhere.
So start getting y'all asses out there. Do like that white man used to do, Georgia, and go on with the wild and cut down some trees and shit and go live out there and go build yourself a settlement and then holler at us in the next 20 years and we'll talk about, your journey. We'll talk about it. You know, that'd be the best thing. There are plenty of places open. So we're gonna have to talk about integration. We're gonna have to talk about do y'all feel that, you know, black people should have never integrated, you know. I just don't see it. Because I mean, like, again, then why are the Africans coming over here and integrating in? Why is all the
Yeah.
everybody else is trying to integrate and get and bank off the system for their
See,
come up? But
yeah, let's do that tomorrow. That'd be good.
So
That'd be
yeah,
good.
that's what I'm saying. Like, how the hell everybody trying to integrate?
I'm trying to hold my talking points because you hit some good stuff, but I'm gonna wait till tomorrow.
I know you trying to hold that talking point. All right, you know. So I'll see you guys later. See y'all Sunday. Y'all peace. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
All right.
All righty.